If it's silent in dismay, it won't break this feeling down. If I conquer this my way, I'd devour, I'd surround. If it hurts you just a little, then it heals you when it's done. Disappointment is the anchor, resolution is the sun. If it's silent in dismay, it won't break this feeling down. If I conquer this my way, I'd devour, I'd surround. If it hurts you just a little, then it heals you when it's done. Disappointment is the anchor, resolution is the sun.
Hey guys, and welcome back to another round of the South African Gigabyte Dota 2 challenge. I'm actually joining Prof today, well, Prof's joining me, but I'm on his stream, so I guess I'm joining Prof today, casting the loser bracket semi-finals right now. White Rabbits Gaming, or the old newbie, up against Energy Evolution. This promises to be one hell of a match.
Yeah, it certainly does. As I mean, Energy, we said, top 3 in the country. White Rabbits, maybe not in the top echelons, but certainly have been showing of late a rather stellar run of form, making it to a number of tournaments. Well, I mean, they made it to a final just the other day, losing to Bravado. So they can certainly bring it. It really just depends on if they can bring it today.
Yeah, no, definitely. A lot of new faces in the team of newbie, aka White Rabbit Gaming. Dom's also recently coming on board. Newbie's basically been that team where a lot of the top players in South Africa that don't have teams actually end up at. And as soon as they get a stable team, I think they will start doing extremely, extremely well. I mean, Santo coming from IFG, Dom's left Energy, I think, beginning of the year, also coming through to them. So, I mean, Castaway also went through a number of teams before ending up with White Rabbit Gaming. But before we continue on too much about that, let's quickly run through the picks and the bans, Prof.
Yeah, well, for the side of Energy, we and Earthshaker and Bounty Hunter. Now, Bounty Hunter, I'm actually surprised Noob is actually placing this much of a premium on him. None of the other teams I've casted today seem all that intent on getting rid of him. The GOAT, he's also disappeared. Heavy nerfs on all sorts of his abilities, skills. Bloodstone's gone down as well as the Yule Scepter. So he's taken a severe knock in this last 6.85 patch.
No, definitely. I do like the ES, bounty hunter banouts that's like constantly happening. Just reduces the snowball potential with the bounty hunter, or comeback potential with the bounty hunter. The Earthshaker, I mean, some of the Earthshaker plays that we've seen, not just the Echo Slams, but the Fissures, the patience of the Earthshaker players are, to be honest, with Earthshaker getting a 3-man, Fissure off, that's basically your team fight done. Queen of Pain, Lina, Winter Wyvern, Dazzle. I'm not surprised with any one of those pickups right now. Quite interesting. I'm quite surprised. I mean, sometimes you see the Spirit Breaker being banned out first phase, other times he's not. And of course, the Spirit Breaker 17% now is pseudo charge, so you won't get the 5 bashes on top of each other, but you will get more in the long run.
Yeah, it's more consistent, but consistent 17% over the the ridiculousness that we'd seen sometimes, where it's just like 6-7 bashes in a row and just wrecks the game out. Pretty ridiculous. I'm interested actually that Energy's picked up the Queen of Pain first pick here. I really would have thought that the Lina would have been such a better pick in Plick's hands. It's a nice flex pick. You can play around with it. Maybe it goes to the off lane. Maybe it goes to the support, or maybe it goes to the mid lane. So picking up the Queen of Pain really just opens them to being countered by that Lina, since she does so well against the co-op.
Definitely, especially with the Winter Wyvern and the curse as well. I mean, if you do get a good curse, that's a 3-hero
Hello,
stun.
Reddit. I can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Oh, cool. Oh, I'm busy talking. No idea what happened there. Winter Wyvern, I mean, does combo very well with the Lina. If you get a good curse off, then it's it's a good stun coming on with the Lina, a secured ultimate coming on of the Lina as well. So Energy giving them 2 of the most picked or banned heroes of this tournament that I've been casting so far. Spectre being banned out by Energy Evolution. The big change on Spectre is, of course, the way dispersion works now. It returns damage before it actually, before you actually take it. So if you have a Vanguard up, it will return the damage, and then the block effect will come into play, and then you take the reduced damage. So that's why Spectre is just all of a sudden, just that small change has just basically risen to fame. And I think Spectre is on a 100% winning streak in this tournament so far.
Yeah, well, you see, the thing about Spectre, if you do that to her, if it returns before the damage reduction, or before the damage she takes, I mean, that means that the tankier she becomes, the way more damage she can do then.
Oh, and it also returns the same damage type. So if it's physical, it returns physical. If it's magic, it returns magic, which is quite cool.
That's pretty brutal if you think about it. I mean, it hits everything in the area. So yeah, Spectre can do just stupid amounts of damage right now.
Yep. After that, well, okay. Before we get to that pick, the two banouts from White Rabbit Gaming targeting RDK heavily. I think we might see a Tusk. Not a Tusk, a Huskar. I think we might see a Huskar pick here, dude.
Yeah,
I'm not even.
I don't really know.
I'm not
though.
joking
I mean,
about that.
the problem with Energy going with a Huskar here is that they're going to be up against a Lina. Lina's going to get the pure damage ulti fairly soon if she's in the mid. And he's up against an anti-mage. Huskar versus anti-mage, you're running on a clock there, and that clock is about 20, maybe 30 minutes long if you can really push it, and that's my only concern. If they go with the Husk, they could end up walking into a severe beating if White Rabbit
Remember
gets on
though,
top of them.
Laguna Blade is magical with Aghanim Scepter. That'd be a bad option. I mean, they do have very good engagement heroes with the Queen of Pain, the Spirit Breaker. They do have a Dazzle, and remember, the less health you have on a Huskar, the harder you hit.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I still
like
wouldn't
that.
pick a Huskar into an anti though. I mean, anti-mage is just gonna wreck him as soon as it hits that 30-minute mark. If anti-mage is even in nearby vicinity of a farm, like I don't know, like the Huskar has zero chance. The anti-mage is just gonna basically blink, pop Manta, and then just eat him alive. So I don't know. I wouldn't pick a Huskar here. I don't think.
Who would you
too
pick?
much of a dodgy pick. Looking at the carries, I mean, there's a lot of carries banned. I'd actually. It is a pretty tricky one. I mean, most of your general thoughts are actually gone. Huskar is an option, but like I said, I wouldn't pick him here. I think I'd maybe a Sven. He's gonna get kited, but I mean, you have enough lockdown in that. The Sven can blink in. You've got the Rubik and Spirit Breaker to do the holding down and Quap to throw the ulti over the top.
Sven was buffed. Base intelligence increased by 2, and your great cleave damage increased. It was 20, 35, 50, 65. It's now 30, 42, 54, and 66%.
Definitely a value point there.
Definitely. Well, it's going to be interesting to see. White Rabbit is going to ban out another carry most likely. I'm just thinking, we might even see a RDK Spirit Breaker, perhaps. I doubt it. But keep in mind, Queen of Pain can be run in the safe lane role. So we might still see. Also note that RDK has played Silencer in this competition as that #1 carry role.
Yeah,
and Silencer might not be a bad pick up against this lineup.
Like, I don't know. It's just like, I mean, I'm not the biggest fan of the Silencer, so that might just be my bias against him. I think he's just a farm vacuum. You just send money at him, and he never really gets a whole lot of it done. I mean, I can certainly see RDK working. Yeah, Juggernaut ban out. He got a small buff to his spin, but I mean, it's not that major. I think just trying to, maybe get the spin Jugger back. I could certainly see a Silencer working here, and I mean, he can certainly do massive amounts of damage up against these heroes. So it's 3 squishies and an anti-mage. So Silencer can get quite a bit of work done. It really just depends if Energy can make the space for him. I mean, RDK will certainly farm, but the Silencer doesn't really have any form of escape. So if they jump him, he's definitely going down there.
Yeah, no, definitely. So, Energy's last ban out here, they do have 2 supports. They have their carry, they have their Lina. They still need an offlaner, and of course the Darkseer. I'm so surprised that the Darkseer wasn't picked up instead of the Disruptor here, because the Darkseer Winter Wyvern is probably one of the most potent combos in Dota at this point. So maybe WRG.NewB forgetting about it, or Energy actually forgetting about it, WRG.NewB thinking they will let it go through all the way. I'm so surprised that the Darkseer's made it this far.
Yeah, it did make it quite far through the draft before getting banned. I mean, maybe they were just thinking of like the fact that the Winter Wyvern has been nerfed a little bit with the ulti not going through BKB. The area of effect thing not going through the BKBs anymore. I mean, they could still get themselves the Phoenix here. That's combo pretty well with the Winter Wyvern as well as the Disruptor. The only problem is Phoenix is fairly soft, and the Energy could do quite a number on him if he gets caught out on that off lane.
Yeah, no, definitely. So, last pickup from White Rabbit Gaming, it is going to be their offlaner, unless they go for something unconventional and try and run an aggro try. But with the Disruptor, I mean, a Disruptor is more of a defensive type of hero. Although he does have the kinetic field, Winter Wyvern can do a lot of harassment with his first skill with Arctic Burn and of course the Splinter Blast. The Slaughter. I mean, I was actually saying in my previous game. Oh, we haven't seen a Slardar yet. Slardar has just all of a sudden become the hero because. Oh, okay, there's the Wind Ranger, and I'll get to that just now. But Slardar's sprint now phases, so you can't just go straight into your treads. The sprint on the Slardar is so damn important. Or the phase on the sprint of the Slardar is so damn important. There is going to be an RDK Queen of Pain with a Blick Windrunner now. Or Wind Ranger, sorry. Wind Ranger is being banned out also or picked up nearly every single game that I've been casting. And he's just risen to fame. He's never been a bad, or she's never been a bad hero. But she sort of like comes in for 2 weeks or 3 weeks into the scene and then she's forgotten about again. And she is so strong. And even up against something like a Slardar, a Wind Ranger, if she doesn't get stunned or to, on the initial engagement, a Wind Ranger can do a lot of damage up against something like a Slardar, which is actually off lane here. An Anti-Mage, if the Anti-Mage has already used the Blink. What do you think of the lineup? I personally think NewB's got the late game here in the bag. Have you crashed? I haven't crashed yet. So on that note, let me quickly introduce the team of Energy. It's going to be Impact on his Rubik. I do see there's the Lina disconnecting now as well. Lovely Reborn. So for those of you guys that don't actually know, there's a bug on the South African servers at this point, which Valve is busy looking at, but will most likely not get resolved by the end of this weekend. And they are aware of the bugs. So I do apologize if we do disconnect randomly. We just need to reconnect and then we will be straight back in the game. It just kicks you out for no apparent reason. But Rubik is, let me introduce the rest of the side from Energy. It is going to be Impact on the Rubik, 225 on the Spirit Breaker. El Jiggle. Now, El Jiggle is, I should actually penalize them. This is actually Rage Boss on a support Dazzle, and Plick is running on the Queen of Pain here. Have you reconnected yet? Oh, and RDK on the Windrunner. So they actually swapped. Wow, okay, so RDK and Plick actually swapped, because I did see Queen of Pain being picked initially by RDK, so there was that swap. Cool.
30 seconds to battle.
Yep, well, we might see another engagement here onto Chadawi. Chadawi is actually busy running away. The charge is there onto Nico Dodo, aka S. But just a lot of harassment coming through here quite early on by the side of Energy. The
battle begins.
Every coin helps.
No, this is going to be a mid RDK. Mid RDK, safe lane Plick, off lane 225 and support Rage Boss. Little bit of damage coming through here towards 225 and El Jiggle here on Sancho. I mean, that Arctic Burn just gives you so much extra range and so much extra damage that you can just harass them out the whole time. Where is... I'm missing someone on my screen. Oh no, it is actually going to be a dual lane top and dual lane bottom. I was like saying, I thought it was aggro on aggro.
Yeah.
Lackluster. Yep. And I mean, there's a Spirit Breaker. There's also a Dazzle that has Shallow Grave that can get out as well. And well, here's actually the one charge up onto the Disruptor. Are they actually going to go in? There's the bash. There's the bash. Unfortunately, no 17%ers coming through right now. Well, heal bomb on Chidawi as well. And this is, I mean, this is going good for the side of energy on this aggro, aggro dual lane.
Yeah.
Keep in mind though, the anti-mage does have a full poor man shield up, so the harassment onto him is not going to be that much coming through from Dazzle, because I mean Dazzle really does not have a lot of damage to start off with. But the kinetic field being thrown out right there, just trying to save them a little bit. Gigabyte, they actually might try and go on him. Is there going to be a charge? The first blood actually going the way of the anti-mage, and I mean that's quite a big first blood. Oh, hold on, top lane, there is a big engagement though. The sprint was actually used. Plick is actually trying to come in, trying to go onto Domes. Will they actually be able to get the kill? The stun actually does land onto Plick, and this might just be Plick dying. I think they should be able to get the counter kill on that. And, well, Slaughter actually pawned and Queen of Pain got him back, but Slaughter getting the advantage in that engagement. So, yep, no, definitely. Oh, let me just quickly. My mouse there. My mouse is going off the screen. Castaway getting the Invis rune. Are they gonna try and go and get a kill off here on RDK? But RDK, no, looked at top and then decided to actually go back. Now they want to go here onto Plick. Is there going to be an extra follow-up stun? Don't just decides to back off. And this is a full 2-1 build on the Queen of Pain, so no levels up in Scream.
Yeah.
Denied.
Yep. And bottom lane. Breaker sitting on 700 gold. I mean, last hits and denies. Castaway doing tremendously well here in the middle lane, sitting on 34-6 versus RDK's 25-1. Then it's the Spirit Breaker and the Queen of Pain and the Anti-Mage all sitting on 16. Well, hold on, sorry, again on that note, Click's being engaged upon top. The sprint's actually used by Slaughter, but Queen of Pain just blinks out of that one alive.
Yeah.
This ward being placed here by Energy right at the edge of the vision, so Castaway might actually just go for that D ward quite early on, but unfortunately, I mean, that's why you normally put the wards up over here or over here. Okay, well, there if it's on your side, because there'll always be a sentry somewhere in the middle, especially from a team like WRG that likes to control the map and control vision. Yep, we actually missed a kill there on the bottom lane on the anti-mage. I mean, that's quite a big kill, especially going the way of Dazzle. That means Dazzle has boots, boys.
Yeah.
No, there's nowhere Dazzle has enough damage to do anything. Top lane though, hold on that note. Santos being engaged upon. He does have a corner brace if he wants to try and use it. Doms actually does get lifted up, glimpsed back. Unfortunately, Impact, he is going to die from this, but this might just be a double kill if they don't time it rightly. The whoa, RDK coming through, getting a very good power shot, and Queen of Pain just getting that last hit. So 2-for-1 trade-off. I'm not sure that was really worth it, and good rotation from RDK to actually go up top and help out there.
Sorry about that. Yeah, it's important for RDK to actually move like that. I mean, that is what makes a good mid laner, is knowing when to rotate. The meta has been very much, farming mid laners these days, but the ones that move early tend to get a lot more done, and it's really the timing. So RDK getting a double kill there, that's definitely worth it. They usually say if your mid laner is going to move, he should get at least a double kill to, make it worth. So that was definitely worth it.
He didn't get the second kill, it was the Queen of Pain, but I mean, still.
He got the assist.
Yeah, he got the assist, and he's still sitting just behind, the Lina on the Castaway, and Castaway's actually been farming in the jungle at this point as well. So I think RDK will be quite happy with that, but well, let's quickly have a look here. I don't like looking at net worth this early on in the game. I usually only start looking at it around the 10-minute mark, but you do slowly see a lead going towards the side of energy, just over 1,000 gold. I mean, that basically gives them that early game advantage where they can start pressuring the enemy team. And if they do drop 1 or 2 heroes, they should still be able to even it out instead of actually just give WRG the chance to snowball from there.
You see, the problem with Ian is that, Ian they have to get something done here. They can't afford to just play too passively in these early stages, because if something like the anti-mage gets off to a good start, I mean, it really becomes a monster to try and hold down. They don't have the best lockdown for him as well. So WRG can really get out of control unless Ian does something early, and that's why this aggression is actually working out nicely for them at the moment. They've opened up a lead, but they have to keep the lead, and they need to continue this kind of play now.
Well, the Yule Scepter is nearly up here for the Lina. RDK will have to be very careful because he only has 1,000 HP, and I think a full combo with a few right clicks, it's 450, 120, 320. It will be very close. If he doesn't have his wind run on, RDK will die from a Yule's combo.
Yeah, he definitely will. And I mean, it's a slight reduction in the Dragon Slave damage as well on the Lina, and I think RDK will be okay if he gets a quick rotation, but otherwise Castaway definitely has the burst.
Hold on that though, there's an engagement here on top lane. Plick actually used his Scream of Pain, and they do manage to get the pick off there. There's actually a pause coming through here from 225. And I did hear a TP coming in from the Disruptor. So Queen of Pain blowing her ultimate right there. Well, not blowing it, she actually landed a very good ultimate. Unfortunately, the engagement was just better coming through from Santo, and getting that quick pick here on Impact is quite big. Impact's not level 6 yet, and Disruptor is just about to hit 6. I'm just checking quickly on the levels. Yeah, that's why Winter Wyvern was 6 and actually did use the Winter's Curse. That's why the fight just turned around so badly for them.
Yeah, and just using your buddy to kill you off, so not fun for Impact there. And looks like we're ready to go again, but yeah, so Ian, you see, they can't afford to let that happen too many times. Once is okay, maybe twice, but they really need to get the co-op up and running. She needs to start making her moves, and particularly trying to shut down the Jidawi anti-mage, but perhaps, or I think more likely Castaway. He's the one that's got to do a lot of the work here early. And the Slardar, yeah, you see, he's got that problem where he's got to go for the Blink Dagger, so he's going to get their initiation. And that's just my one worry for Ian, is that the initiation isn't great. Yeah, sure, Co-op can jump in and maybe the Spirit Breaker can charge, but you don't really want the Co-op to be the first one into the fight, because she's going to get absolutely wrecked. 225 going to get the charge onto Castaway here, though.
He's going to be able to get the ulti. That's that 17% coming in, and now also big Shackle Shot coming through from RDK. Unfortunately, I think 225 might actually just drop from this. He does have a magic wand and a charge in 1 second. Is he going to use it? Actually, well, wow. Triple kill for RDK. they basically threw everything at 225 and the kitchen sink and just fed RDK 3 kills.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you're gonna feed RDK kills, then you better hope you have a backup plan, because that's not gonna happen very. You know, that's not the best way to win a game. I mean, it does help that Spirit Breaker was super tanky. Just to try and kill him off took them that long, but rotating in their 2 offlaners and getting their mid killed as well. I mean, that's a big loss for WRG to eat at this point.
Definitely.
And I mean, it's a Spirit Breaker. What's he really gonna pick up that's so deadly? He's one of those heroes that just does so well with so little that Ian, I mean, they wouldn't be happy trading in the whole game, but if they're gonna trade for 3 kills every time, you know, you'll take that every day.
There's a charge here onto the Anti-Mage. Is Anti-Mage actually going to use his blink? He uses his blink, dives. Well, they're actually diving extremely deep right now. Are they going to be able to get anything? There is no Nether Strike here from the Spirit Breaker. This is terrible coming to the TP's at least out. This was just so bad. Diving so deep, and unfortunately, he's just like, well, screw it. I'm stuck. I'm TPing out of here. And yeah, a nice kill going the way of the also kill on the top lane.
Yeah, that happened right before. That was Castaway solo killing the co-op. Just heal scepter, stun, ulti. Thank you very much. Good night, nurse.
Yeah, you can just do that all day and all night. Going back here onto, is there stuns? Wow. I'm sorry, but I'm seeing more stuns happening now with it being pseudo-random than it being just complete random. Top lane though, RDK is actually being engaged upon here. He does not have his wind run, and he will actually drop from this one. Using his wind run, using Soul Scepter.
Oh, and
you see, this is the problem. As soon as this starts happening, as soon as the rotations start happening from a Lina and a Yule Scepter with a Disruptor, it's going to be very difficult for Ian to actually try and control the fights.
Yeah, no, that is very true. I mean, Castaway can just basically set up single kills by himself. He's actually rotating down to the bot lane now, does have the ulti available, so we could likely just see an easy setup here onto 225.
So let's have a look here. Well, there's the engagement, so no sound. Okay, just if you can do something for me quickly, Prof, if you could just turn your mic sensitivity down a little bit on, well, in-game, because it seems like every now and then no sound comes through from you. Oh, hold on. Well, I just see no sound comes through.
Okay.
Sorry about that. Okay, no, we can continue on there. Just getting spammed messages. Ignore everyone. Let's continue on casting the game here. Sorry about that one.
Okay, yeah, well, I mean, it looks like RDK is basically pushing out the bot lane here. He's got himself 2 parts of the Aghanim Scepter. He'll be getting the 3rd one now, well, very soon, and maybe start working on the tower. But yeah, RDK's got a lot of work to do, unfortunately. Got those 4 kills, has died now, and the problem is Click is not getting a whole lot done. Ideally, when you send a Queen of Pain to the safe lane, you'd hope her to have a little bit more farm than this. But for the moment, it's not really happening. Impact and RDK are on the hunt, though. Do they catch Chidawi? He's hunting himself through the jungle, waiting for the camps to get stacked, but not happening. He's going to ping something out, so he obviously thinks that he's been warded out. Oh, and what a time to blink here. Santo actually leaving his carry to the wolves.
Well, top lane, there's an engagement. Huge Queen of Pain ultimate coming through. Unfortunately, it's not going to be enough, and they do get the kill on 225 as you're busy going out. Now the stun is there onto Flick as well, but a very good shallow grave timing, unfortunately, is not going to be enough, is it? I think it is just going to be enough. Now they're actually, unfortunately not. The Splinter Blast coming through, and now it's the counter engagement, but we do see more people coming in. RDK, he just gets glimpsed straight back, keeping in very far ahead instead of just trying to go behind. And this might just be another kill onto El Jiggle, aka Rage Boss.
Yeah, Rage Boss running for the hills, but there's no escape for him as double kill goes the way of Castaway, and that was just a brilliant fight by WRG, knowing that they could get aggressive onto Ian. Ian doing what they could, but I mean, when your RDK gets sent back and he's your primary damage, again, Plick just not getting anything done at the moment. He just gets owned in the lane, and when he's going down before the rest of the team is even available to help, it doesn't help, because that's most of where your damage is coming right now. So RDK pushes out the mid lane, but these fights are becoming a problem for now for Ian. They have to find some way of bringing the fight to WRG, and they got to make certain that they especially take out the Lina. She's the one doing stupid amounts of damage, and Castaway is really making it a nightmare for Ian to actually have any hope of winning these fights.
Yeah, no, definitely. And the big problem for them right now is they're playing the farming game. And that is not the game that they want to play up against an anti-mage and a slaughter. But we do see the engagement here onto big timing there coming, actually cancelling the charge out from Doms. And TP rotations are here for the disruptor. There's 4 heroes moving bot. Castaway is just unstoppable here on the top lane. Don't know why he's pushing in so far, but we will be seeing a push towards his bottom lane, and we're going to see a stun onto El Jiggle, onto Mr. Rageboss. There's the counter charge coming straight in onto Doms. 225 is actually diving this very far, but I think they're just trying to create space so that the bottom tower can be taken.
Yeah. Again, like Ian, like the problem is like when they go aggressive, they go too aggressive. They're like, you know, diving past towers and things like that when they know that things are not really in their favor. As Dom's, wow, he's just gonna get absolutely wrecked there. That was pretty brutal. Impact, I think, actually stole his armor reduction from him.
No, Impact stole Thunderstrike coming through from, well, I don't know about previously, yes, but Thunderstrike on Disrupted, that's a nice spell to have, just a little bit of chip damage coming through, and that's also an Aghanim stepped up on Wind Ranger. I mean, that means it's a 15-second cooldown on her Focus Fire the whole time.
Yeah, that's huge, and in particular the damage reduction gets reduced to 0.
They just smoked up under the ward.
Did they? I think they smoked up in lane, didn't they? I think they smoked
Nope.
up over here. And then...
RDK was standing right on top of the ward.
Oh, damn. Yeah, well, they're going to make their way into Rosh, and I don't think White Rabbit is actually going to realize this. So
and a double damage run.
Well, I mean...
Sorry about that. 17 minutes, Battle Fear on the Anti-Mage is not that great, but it's also not bad, especially since you've got a full Poor Man Shield up and Power Treads. I mean, this Anti-Mage soon is going to start getting out of control. The only hope they have is if Wind Ranger gets a good Shackle shot, because then of course you can't TP out, and uses Focus Fire on him, and even then it might not be enough.
I mean, the problem is, like I said, they don't really have any lockdown for the anti-mage, so him getting this kind of farm is a bit worrying. It's slower than you would expect, but Jidawi was pretty heavily countered in the lane at the early stages, so it was a bit slower than one would normally expect. As it is, though, I mean, White Rabbit are still pretty much in the lead. Ian, they need to take fights. The thing is, they can't take a full 5-man fight, and if they go for the fight, like I said, Lina is priority number 1, 2, and 3 right now. Because WRG is revolving entirely around her ability to set up fights. The rest of the team is basically just making certain that Castaway gets exactly what he needs.
And that's a blink up on the slaughter now as well. So this is going to be problematic because they won't be given the chance to actually get all the way back to the backlines for the Lina, because they're just going to be engaged upon. The slaughter is going to jump in, and if he gets a 2-hero stun, that's probably both heroes dead.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's probably the whole team dead with the ability to just pull them back and, you know, with the Disruptor or lead. You'll set for another. As soon as they lose the fight, they're like, okay, we out, you know, and they're not, like, it almost feels like they have to sometimes just try and commit and do something, but they're so underfarmed that even if they do commit, I don't really know if it's gonna save them at all.
Well, very aggressive wards coming in here for the side of Energy. They do scout out that Castaway was busy farming there. Having a quick look at the net worth, though, Castaway and RDK are neck and neck. RDK just a little bit above Castaway, and we might actually see an engagement here onto the Anti-Mage. Anti-Mage actually uses his Blink. This is going to be very, very bad for him because he won't have Blink, and that is a dead Anti-Mage. Going the way of Dazzle, Mr. El Jiggle, Mr. Rage was stealing that one very nicely. Congratulations. But Busy talking about the net worth. RDK is doing good, but unfortunately 2,000 gold, 3,000 gold below Castaway, or 10,000 below the Anti-Mage is Plick. And the Queen of Pain that's playing from behind is not always best thing. I mean, it's not a good hero to have playing from behind.
Well, particularly not against a leader, because it's just too easy right now. Castaway basically blinks in, yields, thank you very much, guaranteed kill. So, yeah, Plick's got a lot of worries on his hand, and this is kind of why I was disappointed that Ian opened with the Queen of Pain. It was just too easy because WRG is like, oh, well, you didn't pick the Lina, so thank you very much. We'll just counter pick you straight out of the gate, and that made it a lot harder for Plick than I think it needed to be. Had they gone for the Lina themselves, they get both a hero that's very, very strong in lane, as well as a natural counter to most of what WRG can pick right now. So I think that the pickup of the Queen of Pain is really hurting Ian a lot more than it needed to be.
RDK might actually be waiting here a little bit too long. I think he was, but the counter engage is actually going to be a glimpse. I think they should be okay. Drops just not actually following up with his glimpse right there. So yeah, no, I completely agree with what you're saying. Blick though is trying to at least push out. He will have his Agnum Scepter up now, and then we might just see them grouping up as 5. Trying to get a pick off perhaps on the Anti-Mage, push down, get the top tower, because Dota is objective gaming, and at this point it doesn't look like they are playing objective gaming. They're trying to, but without Plick's Agnum Scepter they can't really do anything.
Yeah, well, there was some hope that Ian would get the charge in there, but this deep ward is still doing a lot of work for them, and probably saving them there. I think had Ian taken that fight, Castaway hadn't retreated in time, it would have been a very dead Lina, and Ian can leverage that into a good fight for themselves. So long as they make certain that Dom doesn't get anything done, they can really just absolutely murder the team once the Lina's not available.
Definitely. Top lane was being there they are. Top lane was being pressured out a little bit. Plick, I mean, Plick's also not really a Queen of Pain is not really a split pushing hero. You can build him that way if you go for your necro books, etc. But going with an Agnum Scepter, that's telling me you want to fight.
Yeah, and he's not getting involved
to do more damage with your ulti. Oh, now he is. He's coming bottom, guys. And there's a big smoke up as well. They will actually find the stacks and the blink from they're actually going to, there you go, and going straight here onto Anti-Mage. Anti-Mage is actually cold and braced up right now, so he should be okay. But, well, is the counter engage going to come to you right now? No, there's the curse on top of the Wind Ranger, and Wind Ranger might actually die. It is going to be Anti-Mage going on top of him, and there is still a Shallow Grave, and Shallow Grave's not yet been used on anyone. Unfortunately, Rage Boss just not even using the Shallow Grave, running straight in, and this is going horribly wrong. Rampage for Castaway.
Yeah, Lina too OP. Pretty much what you can say about that fight.
Well, to be honest, the fight went well. It was just the 3-man stun that was caught right here. Rage Boss unfortunately not getting the Shallow Grave off onto RDK. I think if RDK maybe could have backed off, he could have at least got a counter kill. Yeah. But a 5-for-1 trade-off, not worth it.
I mean, Ian, like I said, they have a time limit on this game, and that time limit I think is actually passed. Anti-Mage not really getting any farm, but the problem is they fed Castaway so hard now. He's 11-1-4 on this Lina. He's pretty much just unstoppable. There's nothing they can do to actually get to him anymore, because he's got a Slaughter who basically just jumps in and man modes everything in sight. He's got a Winter Wyvern that can lock them down with the Winter's Curse at huge range, and I mean Ian has no way of actually just getting on top of a team or getting on top of White Rabbit and then just wrecking them. It's not possible. Plick has done literally nothing this game. I mean, I didn't even see Plick die in that fight. I didn't even see him arrive to that fight. It's been so bad, and it's
to be honest, I don't think we should blame Plick. I mean, maybe the rest of Ian, perhaps should have waited. Maybe perhaps the team should have waited for him, because I didn't see him come in. I didn't see him ulti. Perhaps he did, but like I said, if you don't see it, it didn't happen. And there's the stun straight onto the Spirit Breaker. He's busy running away. Oh, the huge ultimate coming through on the Slaughter. Queen of Pain ulti does catch Doms, and he might actually go down from this. Just one more hit needed. Unfortunately, well, here comes Castaway, and very well played there by the Winter Wyvern, actually catching out the Wind Ranger. Wind Ranger might actually go down from this one. He is going to turn around, go onto Castaway. He will be able to actually get that kill. Unfortunately, Wind Ranger does die, and this might just be the end for the team of Energy.
Yeah, I mean, they eventually get the Wind Ranger, but again, it's cost them an entire team to get it done. So you gave Castaway an ultra kill, or you gave him a rampage, and now you're giving you're giving Chidawi a triple. So it's, pick your poison right now, Ian, because it's basically going the same way. They just can't fight this anymore. It costs them so much to get involved, and WRG is just. They just have the perfect idea of how to take Ian. It's like, okay, you lock down these heroes, you get a good, a half decent stun on, two of the others, and Ian just falls apart under that kind of pressure.
I honestly think here the Wind Ranger needs a BKB up. I understand that they do have quite a lot that goes through the BKB, the Lina ulti, the Winter Wyvern ulti as well, but you still need a BKB because you're getting stunned up, not just Laguna Blade, and I think if perhaps they can try and get a little bit more survivability on the Lina, on the Wind Ranger, the fights might turn out a little bit differently and maybe not blow the Queen of Pain ulti on top of, well, basically before a team fight, because if that Queen of Pain ulti happened 10 seconds later, I think they probably would have got three extra kills.
Yeah, quite likely. As we can actually see a kill up on top here, Dom's going to get stunned up and blown apart by 225 and RDK.
That's always a good way. I mean, you have heroes that can rotate and move across the map quickly, so start using them. Having a quick look at the net worth right now, 7,500 going the way of WRG. Experience is over 14,000 going the way of NewB, aka WRG.
Yeah, I mean, White Rabbit, but it's just like, it's pretty much how the fights have gone, in the fact that Ian has to throw everything at them to get anything out of the fight, and WRG usually loses 1 and picks up 5, so I mean, Ian, if they can continue getting pickoffs, they can certainly bring it back. They certainly have the ability to do so. RDK will do enough damage. I mean, he's already doing quite a significant amount of damage just by himself. So if they can continue to get pickoffs, particularly on someone like Castaway, then they can open themselves up to maybe pulling it through. But they have to be careful. These 5-on-5 engages are just not going their way. They can't deal with the AoE stuns or the AoE lockdowns that WRG is putting on them.
And there's a big reason why Lina and Winter Wyvern are both banned out so often in the first phase. Lina, by the way, will have her Yule Scepter, will have her Sight of Vice, her Hex, basically up now. And the rush will be down in time, but is there going to be a blink? There's a blink engagement straight onto RDK. RDK does have the Angels of the Immortal. The BKB is used up on 225, but unfortunately the Queen of Pain ulti whiffs completely. Now he's trying to go onto Castaway here. Who do they actually focus? They don't know. They're not actually focusing anyone right now, except for the anti-mage that did die. Now they're turning around, going onto the Winter Wyvern. This is exactly what they needed.
It's spectacularly so, as S is also going to get caught out here, and EN, somehow they take a massive fight there, set up by RDK's brilliant shackle, locking down both of the hard farming tanks for WRG there.
GG ruined, double damage ruined, here we go.
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is, the fact that he got the anti-mage as well as the Slaughter meant that the rest of Ian could then just try and, focus on zoning out Castaway. Castaway got nothing done in that fight, and that's really what won them the game there. Winter Wyvern got an iffy ulti at best. None of the Ian, team was actually wrecking on him, so RDK was just allowed free reign to just do as much damage as he could to anti-mage, and the rest of WRG wasn't able to get anywhere near him, and Ian just worked the magic off of that.
225 just completely targeting Castaway. I mean, basically, like you said, Winter Wyvern had to use the ulti up on 225, because otherwise Castaway would have died a lot earlier. And Energy's just backing off right now. Everyone is back, of course. Plick is once again on the top lane, busy pushing out, trying to get that BKB up. I mean, the BKBs this game, I think, is gonna mean a lot. And especially how they use the BKB.
Yeah, good timings on BKBs are almost as good as good timings on a Shallow Grave, if not better at times. So, yeah, Ian, they can certainly use this last couple of minutes of play where they've dominated WRG in these chaotic fights. If they can continue that, they can certainly come back, but they have to continue doing, playing as well as they were there, because they're the plan. They knew what they needed to do, and WRG was a little bit 6s and 7s trying to keep up with them.
Definitely. Side of Ice is up now on the Lina, so RDK has to play very, very, very well. His positioning has to be perfect, and I honestly think without a BKB, they are probably going to kill him pretty fast. But look at the net worth graph quickly. It was 10,000. After that one fight, it's just under 2.5 now. So that's a 7,500 net worth drop after one team fight.
Yeah, and I mean, how many heroes did they kill? They got the Rush, and they got the Anti-Mage, and I think the Disruptor, if I might be not mistaken.
Castaway, they did manage to pick up Castaway.
No, they didn't. The Lina made it to safety. She didn't die there.
Oh, did she?
No,
okay.
That's what I'm saying. So it's like they didn't even take the most farmed hero in the game. They took a Rush and they took the anti-mage and a support, and they got 7.5k out of that. That's like scary levels there for
Imagine
WRG.
if this was 6.78 with the old slingshot.
Yeah, 6.81.
The old rubber band effect. This game right now would have been done.
Yeah, it's like, oh yeah, Ian's just in like a 20k gold lead, don't worry about it. WRG has no chance of coming back. But yeah, I mean, obviously a lot of complaints have been made about the comeback mechanic, in that some people feel that it cheapens the game. I think at where it is now, it's in a good place. It can maybe just, maybe some values modified ever so slightly just to make it seem a little bit more fair. But yeah, for the moment, Ian benefiting from the comeback mechanic, and deservedly so. They really played very, very well in that last fight to get themselves into a good position.
Well, Smoke is up right now. Mr. Rage Boss will be the first one that they actually do see. He actually gets it, and what the use is actually used. Are we going to see any further counter engagement? We do see RDK going and actually going straight onto Castaway. He does have a BKB. Now, is Castaway actually going to die from this one? It is. Now they're going to try and turn around. RDK is busy running away. Is 2-5 going to be able to get out of that? No, there's no proper shackle, and unfortunately, RDK, he still has a win run. Once again, the Queen of Pain ultimate not really doing as much as you would like. She just seems to be... Well, wait, hold on quickly, hold on. RDK is still there. Why? Oh wait, he still has Aegis. That's right.
Yeah, well, he's going to come back now. Hopefully the rest of the team can help out. No, Impact's going to go down. Plick arrives, but Plick is just going to eat lots of pain, and he's going to have to run. Does not have a available, and he goes down as well. So RDK gets TP'd back into trouble. He's going to have to try and fight his way out. Does he get off a good shackle? Yes, he does. It's going to land on Doms, but unfortunately Chidawi is there to save, and Santa arrives with the cold embrace as well.
The Queen of Pain, once again, was not there when the fight started. Now, once again, I think that's also, again, due to the fact that they engaged without the Queen of Pain. But Queen of Pain does have a blink, and she's gone for a heavy fight-oriented build, but she's not there at the fights. I mean, if she was there to start the engagement, she would have been able to get a 5-man scream off. And unfortunately, I didn't actually see how many heroes she hit with that scream, but I think it was 1 maybe.
Yeah, I mean, like I said earlier, a lot of it is down to the fact that the Queen of Pain is just a very, very weak hero in this game due to how tank WRG is. But I think that last fight was a lot was on Plick there. Plick needed to be involved in that fight, and he just arrived there too late and got a bad ulti off. I mean, I don't even think it hit anything almost. And that was the biggest problem.
Please note, we don't always look at everything in a team fight, so sometimes we do miss it. And if he did hit something, we do apologize. But yeah, I didn't really see anything being hit there. There's just so much happening with these team fights. I don't know where to focus.
Yeah, it felt like it hit Slardar, and then maybe it like tapped Castaway at a stage, but other than that, nothing really happened. So I don't know. Plick, that one was on him, but other than that, I don't know. It's just like he's not active around the map. I don't know why.
Well, 2-5 is diving very deep here up onto Santo. The rest of his team is not there. The BKB is being used, actually going straight onto Castaway. Now, is he going to be able to use this one? There you go. This time, Blick is there, but he's right on top of 2-5. The shackle comes, and the shackle lands on the range creep. Oh my word, did you check that shackle?
Yeah, madness, man. That's just hackles for days. Plick gets sent back. But yeah, what a time for RDK to arrive, though. It's just like, you think it like the Winter Wyvern gets such a good ulti off, and then RDK just arrives right at the nick of time to land the shackle and finish the game off. Or finish the fight off there.
Yeah. And this time Plick was right there in the mix. Actually did manage to get a good, scream off, draw them in, and I mean, that's what I was expecting from him, earlier on. He needs to be there with the Spirit Breaker. Spirit Breaker needs to jump in. Queen of Pain needs to follow up after that, and then RDK comes in behind that and actually tries the damage. But I don't think the side of WRG are actually giving them the chance because they keep on jumping energy. And I have to say, Dom's play here, sure, he's 4-6 and 12, but Dom's play has been tremendous so far. You know, from the side of WRG, he's just been creating so much space across the map.
Yeah, but
The slaughter is ridiculous.
but particularly in team fights, he's just gotten. I mean, I don't think I've seen him hit anything less than a 2-hero stun. And I mean, on a slaughter with a fairly average area to land the stun, I mean that's pretty decent to say the least. So yeah, Doms has done a massive job. I mean, particularly his ability to just always be in the front line so that Ian can never really get to Castaway or get to, you know, the more important heroes at the time. They're never able to shut down the Winter Wyvern before the fight goes down, or shut Castaway before the fight goes down. When they do, WRG just loses the fight straight up. When they don't, then WRG, I mean, Ian doesn't even have a chance in those fights.
Oh, there's a smoke coming up here right now for WRG. They are trying to wrap around here onto the tier 2 tower top. This might be a huge engagement for them if they do get it. Are they going to be able to scut anything out? 225 might be the first one to break the smoke. No, it is actually going to be Impact. Impact does blink away, and now it's 225 going straight onto the Lina, but Bash from the slaughter. Now they're going ham. Are they going to be able to get anything? There's a good ultimate coming through from Blink, but do they have anything else? The Shallow Grave was used onto 225 now as well. 225 just trying to do as much as he can. Blink does manage to blink out of that one alive. The Laguna Blade was stolen there by Impact. No one has died just yet. Now it is Chadawi, and after all of that, it's a 1-for-1 trade-off. RDK trying to do as much as he can. He actually uses his BKB, and now he's turning around. RDK is going ham right now. Is he going to be able to get a good blink? Yeah, oh, a good shackle shot. He does. Queen of Pain comes in with a good scream as well. Santo might be in big trouble. I think this is going to be a 3-4 man wipe. I mean, I thought the engagement was perfect there for, you know, WRG, but this time the Spirit Breaker was in the front lines. He was, I mean, they couldn't get past the Spirit Breaker.
Yeah,
and Queen of Pain ulting, and there you go.
I was just gonna say, Plick lands the best ulti of the game, and look what happens to WRG. It immediately forces the Lina back. She can't take the fight anymore at that point with 200-300 HP. The anti-mage realizes that, you know, he's pretty much wrecked, and then RDK lands a shackle on top of everything. So it was just a brilliant sequence of events there that EN came out so far ahead. WRG just didn't know how to react, and as soon as the heavy damage heroes were gone, like WRG's at 6s and 7s, Lina had no impact on that game. I mean, she dropped the ulti and immediately got it stolen by Impact and returned onto one of her supports. Yeah, it was just.
They're moving straight into Rosh right now. This is probably going to be big. RDK does have a full Daedalus up right now. This is got on whoever they go on.
Yeah, Hurt I think is long past. RDK is basically just, you know, two-shotting you at the moment if he gets lucky. So he can continue to build his damage here. I mean, he could probably trade out the Blink Dagger for something a little bit more damage orientated, maybe the MKB.
Yep.
And then you know, what can really stand against RDK? So long as he times his BKBs well. Last fight particularly, that was a spectacular timing on that BKB to save himself there and, you know, make certain that they got the kill. But yeah, damage is next for RDK.
Now, what do you think Slaughter's next item is going to be here? Because he hasn't actually progressed with his item build, and it's not due to bad players, it's just due to energy just coming back in this game completely. And Dom's, I mean, he's had the same item stuff for quite a while. I mean, it's already 8-second BKB up on him.
Yeah, I think AC wouldn't do too badly on the Slaughter. It's, I mean, it's just going to stack with his amplified damage on the armor there, and it can do quite a number on the EN players. They don't have spectacular armor values naturally, so getting that AC up could really turn the tide of a fight if things are going south.
Well, there's a smoke movement here from the side of Energy. Are they actually going to be able to catch anyone? Just look at this. Map awareness, this game sense coming from, you know, WRG. I really like this. They know, well, Energy's nowhere on the map. They have Aegis. I mean, what's happening? Yeah, and they just back up, go all the way back into their base. I mean, you should know this. If the enemy team has Aegis, they will be looking for objectives, either a gank or a tower. And since none of the lanes are being pushed out, there's definitely going to be a gank.
Yeah.
Very good map awareness.
Yeah, I mean, the big giveaway is this area. You know, if you don't have at least one of the EN players farming out this area or just pushing it back, then they guaranteed smoked up somewhere, and best place to go to is into your base. So yeah, WRG, I do applaud them. It's very, very good, very, very good map awareness there.
Yeah, no, definitely. And the Spirit Breaker charging straight in onto Chidawi, going to give him vision. And are we going to see a full-on commitment here?
Yeah, well, no, they're not. Creep wave arrives at the wrong time.
But I do think that we will most likely see Ian pushing or trying to at least go for high ground here, because RDK does have Aegis and still up for a while. He has 2,100 gold, so he has enough for buyback. Let's have a quick look on the side of WRG. There is no buyback on the Lina. There is no buyback on Doms. There is no buyback on Santo. Any of those three heroes gets picked off, it might just be game.
Yeah, Doms and Lina, I think, are the real game breakers here. Anti-Mage is doing a job, but he's still at that stage where he's not completely scary yet. So if Ian can get Doms and Castaway in the next fight, they definitely win. I wouldn't say necessarily win the game, since there is still a chance for a comeback, but they'd set themselves up for a much easier late game than they need.
Oh, Windrunner has a higher net worth than Anti-Mage at this point, and there's the engagement straight onto Doms. They're going on to Plick. They're throwing everything onto him that they can. RDK, well, very good job there. He actually gets graved up. He will be able to get out of that one alive. Now it is Doms. I don't know. I think that was a stolen. Nope.
That was a stolen Winter Wyvern ulti to set things up. RDK is in the base, however. He's trying to run for the hills as Plick gets off a good ulti. He's forced to use the BKB. Now another Grave's going to keep him alive at a perfect time. Yet Chidawi's going to try to work on, but RDK is working on Chidawi, and there's a whole lot of pain coming his way. Doms jumps in out to try and help out. Impact's going to throw out and lift somebody. Chidawi gets wrecked by RDK. RDK does not have the BKB available, does have the Aegis, however. Now, can he take the fight? The rest of Ian has to re-engage, but the rest of Ian is one hero, and out jumps RDK, pops the BKB immediately, and he's going to start fighting up here alone. He's going to go for Doms next. Actually, he's going to go for Chidawi. Nope, changes back to Doms, and the whole of WRG is doing what they can to fight in here. Plick comes in the back. He's actually going to finish off the Lina. Santo is the last one left in the area. Actually, nope, S is going to disappear quickly. Santo trying to protect himself, might get the kill onto the Plick, and RDK is an absolute monster.
What the hell, dude? What the hell just happened there? I mean, this was RDK.
That was RDK happening to WRG.
RDK versus the world. Extremely well played. But he has to be careful now. Actually going straight on to Chidawi. Does he have a shackle available to him? No, RDK still trying to
taking a chance.
Chidawi's taking a very big chance.
Never mind, as they're going to send RDK back. He's going to try to fight up here. Oh, never mind. Go home, Chidawi. RDK has no time for your games, and S is the next one in target. RDK has just cracked this game wide open off the back of some stellar play here by Windranger.
How many kills did he get now, like right now?
Probably,
I really want to know.
I think he got, no, he completed
20,
the team
30,
wipe.
40?
He got 5 kills off the back of these last 2 team fights. I mean, he's basically gotten a rampage in the last minutes without it actually being a rampage. Yeah. And he's almost soloed it. The only assistance he had was Dazzle, and I think Plick coming in for the 1 kill. So RDK pretty much did all of that by himself. I mean, the rest of the team set that up for him, but RDK had to drive that shot home.
Yeah, well, Sprint's actually there up for Impact, one of the best spells to steal in my opinion. The Queen of Pain ultimate, going through catching Doms of course, but she will have this up quite soon again. I have to say the Queen of Pain has been involved in all the team fights lately, and it has made such a big difference for the side of energy.
Yeah, Plick getting involved in these team fights, I mean, we can see the kind of impact he can have when he's in position. I mean, how many of these team fights have started with WRG, 2 or 3 heroes on half HP, RDK comes in, gets a quick shackle, thank you very much, 2 kills, and then he starts working off the back of that. So when Plick arrived at the team fights, or when he started arriving, Ian suddenly just looked like absolute beasts. And when he's not there, they kind of fall apart. RDK is still able to do the damage, but 2-5 and the rest, you know, like they just don't have enough utility to actually push it over the limit there against White Rabbit Gaming.
No, definitely, and that's 2 racks down. White Rabbit Gaming's not out of this, basically out of this game just yet. Lina, she still has Scythe of Ice. This time she does have buyback. I mean, if there was buyback previously, that would have made a big difference. Have a look at the gold graph, what's happened. from a 10,000 lead on WRG side, down back to 0, then up to around 6, 7, then all of a sudden in the past 10 minutes, it's dropped to 20,000. So that's over a 25,000, 30,000 goal drop in the past 15 minutes.
Yeah, and I mean, all of those team fights, unfortunately, White Rabbit Gaming just taking a series of bad fights, and it's coming back to bite them big time here.
How many times do you see an anti-mage that didn't have a bad start? So he actually had quite a decent start. Well, the pause is coming to you, so I can talk about a bit about this. Actually being 7,000 net worth behind a Windrunner. 7,000 net worth.
We saw that. It's like that they glimpse RDK back, and all RDK does is, okay, well, he looks at Chidawi and he two-shots what remains of Chidawi's health with, admittedly getting a crit. And it's just like, okay, yeah, Anti-Mage just realized that he can't actually fight RDK anymore. It's at that stage where RDK just does so much single target damage that anything that Chidawi does right now is just going to get himself murdered, and murdered quickly by Ian. It's brutal damage that Ian is laying on, or that particularly RDK is laying on Chidawi. And he's done a very, very good job of targeting the Anti-Mage in every fight, because he knows if Anti-Mage gets loose, the rest of his team dies.
Well, to be honest, I would not even be against Anti-Mage picking up just a random Blade Maul at this point.
It would actually work. I mean, that might actually be the most effective way of killing the Wind Ranger right now. Is something stupid
and the Anti-Mage, both of them just picking up Blade Mauls. I mean, if 2 crits come through from the Windrunner, she's dead. She kills herself.
Yeah. I mean, it would sound stupid, but who would think that, like, you know, a 2.2k gold item could maybe win you a fight like that? But at this stage, that is how much damage RDK is doing to everybody.
Oh, this is a big dive in here from 225. 225 catching out Anti-Mage before he actually blinks. Now he goes in, and the slot on 225 might actually be down, but unfortunately, RDK is actually going straight onto Chidawi. Unfortunately, Chidawi does manage to get out of that one alive, and Blick missing his ultimate completely. RDK does get glimpsed back. I'm not quite sure if you really want to glimpse back RDK right now, because now he's turning around, going on to Doms. Doms is just being completely slaughtered, and is there going to be a 17% bash? No 17% bash. Don't glimpse back RDK. If RDK wants to blink away, let him run.
Yeah, I mean, RDK right now, it's just like they're not dealing with him. They have no way of dealing with him, because exactly what was our WRG was doing earlier with the slaughter being in the front lines is what Ian's doing, and that is basically Spirit Breaker is just standing in front, being this like really just meat shield, and then every single time it almost seems as if the Winter Wyvern, like Santo's just gotten a series of bad ultis, generally landing them on the Queen of Pain, and nobody's in sight of Plick. Like, Plick not even taking damage during that ulti, because by then RDK's arrived, throws out the shackle, and just starts, like, you know, gibbing your whole team. And there we go.
RDK gets popped. He buys back. Okay, he's actually going to be TPing straight in here. Does he have? He bought back. Now he's only going to be able to TP in, and they did manage to. Nope. They're going straight in onto Chidawi. Chidawi gets sheeped up. He's dead. Chidawi's dead. Does he have buyback? Chidawi does not have buyback. Buyback's on cooldown for Chidawi. This might just be the third lane of Rags. I think this is game.
Yeah, no, this is definitely game. I mean, it was game when they lost 2 racks. 3 is beyond what they can deal with now. Castaway is actually gonna miss the most important Yules of the entire game.
Where's Castaway?
Yeah.
Where's Castaway?
Yeah.
Oh my word! What a game coming through here. Energy. I'm sorry, but you know, WRG just completely dominated early game. They played extremely well. Energy was, I mean, still in it here and there, but I really thought that if this game went 40 minutes, that Energy would lose. I really thought that. I
mean, I would totally agree with you there. The way WRG was playing until I can't even remember what team fight it was. It was one at about the 26-27 minute mark where somehow Ian just got like a 3v1, and then after that it was just like RDK just realized exactly what he needed to do. They took another fight, and that rush fight in particular, I think, is what might have just broken WRG's concentration, because after that fight, it was just a complete and utter mess in every fight after that. Ian just knew exactly what to do, and the only bright shining light was maybe that fight outside their base right before they lost the Raxes, where if they'd killed RDK, they might have likely won the game, and then RDK just went ham and just wrecked the whole team there.
Well, have to give a like proper well played through to the Spirit Breaker as well. Impact on the Rubik, getting clutch steals, but that Spirit Breaker controlling the fight, giving the space to RDK, tremendous play. But I mean, the side of WRG are still in this completely. They did not give up. And well, guys, stay tuned for Game 2. It will be up shortly, but Game 2 is promising to be, well, just as good as Game 1. I really hope so. So stay tuned. It will probably be around 5 to 10 minutes, and then we'll be back.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a cracker.
So for those of you that are wondering who we are, I'm Reddit. I joined Prof on the main NavTV Hitbox channel. We're NavTV, navtv.co.za or facebook.com/NavGamingTV. Check us out, and of course, just leave a comment. We're always good. We're always open for constructive criticism.
Yeah, thanks very much, guys. Cheers. Check you in a bit.
Cheers. Okay, okay, well, actually, no. Next year, he'll get. Guys, welcome back to game number 2 between White Rabbit Gaming Newbie versus Energy Evolution. I mean, what a game 1. It was insane. Energy Evolution behind quite far, coming back with an amazing play from 2 to 5, and RDK especially. RDK sitting, I mean, there's a reason why. I think on one of the previous games, I asked, Donnie for this, like a couple weeks ago, for a quote, and he's just like, well, RDK, the 6K MMR god. Now, please just take note of that. When we play ranked, it's on a 250 millisecond server because there is no ranked South Africa, basically. And getting to over 6K while playing with 250, ping is tremendous. And he just showed why he is at that level, probably one of the best, if not the best carry in South Africa.
Yeah, I mean, I said it earlier today in one of the earlier games, but I mean, RDK is really the superstar of Energy. He really is the guy that when they're under pressure, when they need something to happen, he's the guy that they turn to try and get things turned around. And I mean, we saw that. How often do you see a Wind Ranger go up against what is essentially a fully farmed Tricore, except for maybe the Slardar? I mean, he wrecked them. He wrecked all of them almost single-handedly. He had a lot of assistance, but a little of that assistance was basically to lock down the team or to nerf the opponents in any way. So the fact that he was able to just do that much damage just completely blew White Rabbit away. They just totally didn't expect that kind of damage.
But those blinks, I mean, it's like a jackrabbit. Sorry for the pun with White Rabbit, but it's like a rabbit blinking or hopping around between everyone. They just could not focus him down. And using his wind run not to get away, but to actually reset the cooldown of his blink, so that he could just blink again and just continue. It was insane. But we're on to game number 2 right now. White Rabbit Gaming decided to ban out the Earthshaker, the Dazzle, the Lena's still in the pool, by the way. The Tusk and the Queen of Pain being banned out by Energy Evolution. Energy having the Radiant advantage right now, do pick up the Shadow Fiend and Winter Wyvern. And the Spectre just being instant picture by White Rabbit Gaming.
Second pick Spectre though? That's a bit of a weird one. It's a good hero, don't get me wrong. I just don't know if it's worthy of a second pick, because also it just means that Energy now knows what the game is. So it's like, okay, well, wreck the Spectre, win game. This is why I'm generally averse to picking carries early on, because it kind of can give away what you want to do, particularly with something like Spectre. You know that her 2 options are either you fight in the mid game once she's capable of pressing R and TPing into the fight, and then she'll generally have a S and Y, Vanguard, that type of deal. Or she can try go the hard farming route and rush the Radiance. And either one of those, I mean, Spectre is one of the weakest heroes in the laning stage. So if Energy gets aggressive on her, White Rabbit probably won't be able to protect her very well at all.
Yeah, no, definitely. Undying being banned out. Undying actually got a very, very strong buff to him. And I mean, I would have thought that Undying would have got a nerf, but just quickly check this out. Let me pull that up completely. So the Aghanim Scepter, of course, no longer improves Flesh Golem. Aghanim Scepter now increases Decay Strength Steal from 4 to 10. So that's an Ogre Club that you get every single Decay stack. That, of course, if you if you do have Aghanim Scepter. But it was banned out. Lena being banned out now by White Rabbit Gaming. And I did speak about the Darkseer Winter Wyvern combo. They either had to ban out the Lena Windrunner or Darkseer, or let one of those 3 through. And they've let the Darkseer through, and I wouldn't be surprised if Rageboss actually just goes and actually this time plays the Darkseer, because he plays Darkseer well.
Yeah, I definitely do think that the Rageboss might very likely grab the Darkseer there. Interesting that White Rabbit decided to ban out the Lena. Maybe just a bit scared of the Wyvern Lena combo, but I mean, the thing is, Lena would have actually been a good pickup for them in the mid. So I suppose because they knew that Energy had the first pick in the second round, they decided, let's not give Energy the first pick on that Lena. So I mean, let's rather ban it out.
White Rabbit wouldn't have picked up Darkseer, so Energy would have gone for the Lena than the Darkseer second pick. And I think with that lineup, you can basically call GG at 18 minutes.
It really depends on how White Rabbit does. I mean, for the most part, White Rabbit did very, very well in the early stages. It was really just
yes.
after RDK got his BKB and those Rosh fights that White Rabbit never really contested. I mean, once you're giving away like 3-4 rushes without any contest on those fights, it makes it very easy for Energy to actually get some slight advantage. And look, they still had to play damn well to get to where they did, to win those fights. But it's easier when RDK has two lives. I mean, if he's already wrecking half your team, you're going to give him another life so that he can wreck the other half of your team. It's brave indeed.
Now, Witch Doctor was picked up here by White Rabbit Gaming, aka Newbie. Witch Doctor got a nice buff at level 16. His ward does 13 more damage per proc, his death ward. So it was increased from 60, it's the same at level 1, then from 90 to 105, that's 15 extra, and up to 150, that's 30 extra at level 16. That is a lot of damage. Of course, it doesn't bounce now once, where it always used to. But I would not be surprised if we see a level 4 position, Witch Doctor being picked up here, going straight for boots into Axe. But then again, now you have a Skarath Mage. Now, I'm not the biggest fan of a Skarath Mage because he's so squishy. But a Skarath Mage up against the Witch Doctor is not a bad option because you can silence him, you could drop your ulti on top of the Witch Doctor. You can just do so much to try and get that Witch Doctor away from actually using the Death Ward the whole time.
Yeah, I think the Skarath Mage might actually be a pickup more for the Spirit Breaker, who I think might be the offlaner here. Because you can then jump the Spirit Breaker, because the thing is you're constantly harassing him. He's got very high armor values and, very high HP pool, but if you're harassing him with magic damage, he doesn't have much protection against that. And then as soon as he tries to charge, because he will eventually try to charge if you do the jump on him, you silence him. And then Spirit Breaker is basically useless. So it's a very, very good combo, or it's a very, very good ability to use against both the Witch Doctor, as you said, and the Spirit Breaker. And if White Rabbit gets a magical light here in the early game, Skarath Mage can do huge amounts of work there with those silences. And the ulti, I mean, you drop the ulti on top of a Witch Doctor while he's using the Death Ward, he's got two options, die or run. And either one is good for you because he'll break his Death Ward then, or he just dies under its effects.
Basically, yeah. Well, White Rabbit Gaming, it is their pick. They're taking quite a long time here. Do they go for their mid hero pickup now, or do they go for their secondary support? I would most likely think that they'll try and pick up the mid, but they go for the support here. Now, Rubik, there's a lot of spells. I mean, everything, the Darkseer Surge, the Iron Shell on the Spectre, the Wall, the Vacuum, the Winter Wyvern, all the spells, the Shadow Fiend, Razors, the Skarath Mage. This is a good Rubik game. If you're given, if you don't die within the first 2 seconds of the engagement.
Yeah, I totally agree there. It's he's got a lot of good spells to seal. It really just depends on his timings.
He will need a Blink Dagger up though.
Yeah, he has to have a Blink Dagger here. Like if he doesn't have a Blink Dagger here, he's almost certainly just going to get wrecked before he can even get involved in the fight.
But then you sack the Witch Doctor's farm. So who do you give priority to though?
I'd say early on, get Rubik his Blink Dagger. Just allow him to farm maybe a couple of jungle stacks or give him a lane for a couple of minutes or so. And then once he's got the Blink Dagger, you just make him the ward bitch. Witch Doctor gets the rest of the farm for the game.
I agree completely with that one. Templar Assassin being banned out here by Energy Evolution. They and the PL as well. Now Wraith King is sort of like the starter pick. He was buffed quite a bit, and you're gonna laugh, but we saw Wraith King support yesterday being played by Carbon, and that buff on Wraith King isn't that much, but it's 7 extra damage to start off with. Base damage increased by 7. Your Vampiric Aura does not show the healing effects. If you have Ags up, there's also a big buff there. But that 7 extra damage on the Wraith King means you don't need a Quelling Blade at all. Well, you can always get it, but it's guaranteed farm. And Tinker. Now, I want to point out something here on this Tinker. Castaway's Tinker is probably the best in the country. He's known for his Tinker play. So this is going to be very difficult for Energy. I mean, this is a signature Castaway hero. Let me introduce the side of WRG, then you can take us to Energy. It is going to be Castaway running on the Tinker, Nick Dota, or S, as a lot of you guys will know him, on the Witch Doctor. Santos play Rubik. Mid lane's being handled, it seems like. Mid lane's being... Oh, I was just about to say, huh? Why are you going mid? Chidai is handling the Spectre on safe carry, of course, and Castaway. I think I already said that. Tinker. Dom's off on the off lanes. There you go. I think I introduced some of them twice, though, but yeah. Okay, all good. I'll take you through the side of energy. It is going to be Plick handling the Shadow Fiend while he's busy throwing his taunt out. They might actually spot out domes right now. They do spot out domes. Are they? RDK is trying to wrap around, going to try and get the stun off. Are they going to be able to do enough? There's the stun onto domes. Domes, of course, does have the Charge of Darkness available to him. The blocks are coming through. This might just be first blood going the way of who's going to take it. Who's going to take it? Shadow Fiend on the Plick is actually getting it. So Impact running on the Skywrath Mage, Rage Boss on the Winter Wyvern. Offlane is actually going to be handled by 225. I think I introduced everyone there. If I didn't, I introduced them during the fight, and that's a quick first blood. Just giving a little bit more, towards the side of energy, especially on Plick. Now he did go for Shadow Razors, so of course he doesn't get that extra boost from Necromastery, but still getting a couple of 100 gold. How much was it? 288 gold extra from that, and it's going to make his life a lot easier in this middle lane. Have you connected yet? It's fine, just keep on connecting. The last time I think I had to do it 3 or 4 times. Good block coming through here from 225, letting the 1 melee creep go through, actually getting a full Iron Shell on the front one. Mid lane though, I mean, they are going to try and harass out Castaway here with a dual lane, Rage Boss and Plick here on this lane, but the support's coming in now from S as well. Rage Boss is taking quite a bit of damage, actually having to use his Arctic Burn quite early, and he will be okay, but top lane might be a problem. I don't actually think they have enough to kill Darkseer at this point. Not without Witch Doctor, and Witch Doctor is just going straight in for the stacks, and he will get the double stack off on both of these camps. Running straight in. Let's see. Oh, okay. So this is one thing that I quickly want to explain to everyone on the view, and I'm quite surprised that Witch Doctor didn't do it. If you pull, I don't know if you can see where I'm drawing. If you pull this at exactly 53 with a range hero, when you get here and you actually attack, that will hit the attack at just over 56. You run across here, you actually get both of these 2 camps stacked at the same time with a ranged hero. And I'm surprised he did not do that. Are you back? Now, having a look at Castaway, he does not have a bottle or anything just yet. Plick, of course, having that full bottle on his way to him, and of course a nice little healing salve to help him out on that lane. Doms, he's going to try and go for these ancient stacks also to try and help out. Oh, yeah, there he does get it. I mean, that frenzy or the demonic, wait, no, wrong one. There you go. The slam, of course, the frenzy and the war drums aura. Well, it's going to be difficult for them to farm this one up quite early on. And Impact is doing quite a good job. I mean, it's a level 1 Spirit Breaker versus a level 3 Dark in the offlane. Having a look at the last hits and denies though, top 2's 14, 13, 12, 12. So all the last hits are basically even between, well, all the players. But RDK does have 4 more that he's still busy farming up right now. Oh, now he's coming in. I'm just like, come on, oh, there, yeah, he actually did get the level 2 up. And 225 going in for the nice little stack, just drawing it in. And this is going to be nice for 225 because he should actually be able to get the full double stack on here with the level 2 Iron Shell. This might be a big problem, unfortunately. There is no bottle. It's just going to be right clicks going the way on Doms. Are they going to be able to actually get this kill? No, they have to back out. So, yeah. Bottom lane though, Doms actually does have a charge. He charges straight into the Wraith King, and that was a very clever move because he did not know that the silence was still on cooldown, and charging straight through the Scarlet Mage into RDK, actually, even if the silence was available, that still would have saved his life. So very good decision making. Lots of times you'll just see them try to charge across the end of the map. You'll get a stun through from RDK and they'll be able to finish him off. So very intelligent play coming from Doms on the offlane, and he's slowly but surely getting a little bit, not really getting lost hits, but at least getting some experience on this offlane. Well, let's have a look here on the middle lane. Plick is sitting on 22 and 3 versus, well, it's, have a look at, okay, except for RDK, which is sitting on 37 and 2, then it's 32 on Chidawi. But then everyone else is sitting around the 22, 25 mark, and then it's the supports and the Spirit Breaker. Oh, hold on that note. Sorry about this one. Plick is actually being engaged upon now. The charge coming in very deep. Will they actually have any TPs to come in to try and help out? Plick's being built. Plick's actually dead instantly, and now it's Impact. He wants to at least try and do something. That's a 4-hero rotation on this middle lane. Is that really worth it? Yep. Well, are we seeing him moving toward that stack? He actually doesn't TP straight back in. What's coming through on the career? That was just a belt of giant strength. So he's going to move straight into clear the stack right now, use his bottle, and then send his bottle to base, and then of course just send the bottle all the way straight back to him. So this is going to help him out. He'll at least be able to get his treads up right now. Castaway does have a soul ring available to him, boots of speed. He's going to be working towards his boots of travel next, and as soon as he gets that, he's going to start becoming a big nuisance to the side of energy.
Yeah, and I mean, the nice thing about about White Rabbit is that they've also started stacking the jungle for him, so he's going to get a lot of farm if he's able to make it his way into the jungle there.
Oh. 225 is being engaged upon top. The charge there from Doms. He's trying to get out of this one. Will they be able to actually make this? There is no level 6 up on the Spirit Breaker, so 17%er. And if that was a level 6 Spirit Breaker, I think that probably would have been a kill. I mean, if the Spirit Breaker, for example, was the same level as the Darkshire, that would have been an instant kill.
Yeah, guaranteed. And 225 lucky that he was far enough away from the creeps that it didn't actually affect him that badly, and he got lucky on the bounces as well.
Yep. Shadow Fiendos moved into the jungle completely, actually going for a full Ring of Aquila up here now. And that's going to be a Ring of Aquila as well as his boots up. Having a quick look at RDK, he has Hand of Midas up, so I think that was around a 5.5 minute Hand of Midas, timing from him, so not a bad one. Hand of Midas is a very good item up with the Wraith King, because of course Wraith King, you can't always flash farm that great, especially early on, but with the Hand of Midas it does give you that a little bit of extra level advantage, and of course gold. And as you can see, he's already got his full treads up now as well, and if they don't focus him, he's just going to get out of hand. I've seen a Wraith King critting like a carry to death. And I think that might be the goal here for the Wraith King up against the Spectre. He just has to be careful that he doesn't crit the Spectre and kill his own support.
Yeah. I mean, most of the reason why he's getting the Hand of Midas is because it's so important to get those levels. Up on top lane, 2-5 is not long for the world. It's good night, sweet prince, as he goes down there, Spectre grabbing the last hit there. But yeah, the major reason that RDK would get the Hand of Midas here is because level 6 on the Wraith King, I mean, it's nice to have the reincarnation, but when you're down for 4 minutes, it's pretty jack. I mean, it's pretty ass. So you'll often see pro level players, they'll actually sometimes hold the level 6 in reserve. They won't pick it up, just for the fact that if they get ganked, they can turn it on and save themselves. But for the most part, they'll try hold it in reserve so that they can get it at 10 and 11, so that they don't have to sit with a 4-minute cooldown on a skill like that.
Yep. Especially if, let's say, he's at level 10, it gets procced, and then he hits 11, it still has that 4-minute cooldown. So then you're basically out of this game. So you have to make sure that at the 10-minute mark, you don't get ganked, because otherwise you're pretty useless after that for quite a long time.
Yeah, definitely. RDK though doing pretty decently. 70 last hits up against the 49 of the Spectre. Now, I mean, obviously he's dealing with a lot more of a troublesome hero on the offlane here in the Darks here, but that's still pretty decent levels of farm for RDK, to say the very, very least.
Yep. Chidawi does have the Vanguard up now, so he should be okay, but the stack levels from energy are just, growing and growing. The ancients have just been stacked. The safe camp has just been stacked. Darkshire just farmed this stack. So energy, it's 10 minutes in. Oh wait, I saw some kind of engagement. Castaway might be in big trouble right now. There's one more. He only needed one more hit. And it's 10 minutes in, so let's switch over to network right now. 5,300 to RDK, 4,900 to Plick. On the Shadow Fiend, and then it's Castaway on 4,300. So the Sable Inspector is sitting at over 1,000 gold deficit to his counterparts.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that much. I mean, the thing is, the Spectre will explode in farm once she gets a couple of big items up. So it makes it very, very difficult for RDK to keep pace with her, and that's why he needs to have the Midas, just to actually stay even at the moment. But he can still do quite a bit of single target damage, and that's really what Ian is looking for here. They've got the rest of the team to do, the heavy lifting for the whole team fight. RDK's job, I think, is basically going to be pick Tinker or pick Spectre and wreck them, and that's your only job. You don't need to come in and make a play that'll win the whole team fight. Just pick one of those two and just kill them.
Yep, that's a triple ancient stack coming through for them at this point. It's going to be difficult to actually farm all of that. 3,000 net worth at this point for the side of Energy Evolution, or just Energy, and just over 3,000 experience as well. So leading, but I mean 3,000 is not a lot considering we're only, we're like 11 to 12 minutes into the game. And I mean, you can come back from 3,000 so easily. It's literally just one team fight.
Yeah, really, really just one team fight. And I mean, both teams actually have stacked ancients. It looks like only one stack on the WRG side, but, quad stack on Ian. So, well, Rage Boss, is he going to get the magical 5? He's going to certainly attempt it.
Let's have a look at where's Rage Boss.
Nope, he failed.
That's a very difficult one to get, and sometimes you do see it, but it also all depends on what ancients you actually have. But let's have a look here. The Rubik did steal Arcane Bolt, and the charges here onto Impact. Now, unfortunately, stunning both RDK and of course the Spectre also coming in. My side is extremely loud. Those might be the second one to fall. No, it is actually the first one to fall, going the way of these guys. Now the ward's also being dropped, and RDK, well, he's trying to do what he can, but unfortunately not being able to get any kills. But here comes Plick. Is he going to be able to get the short race? The ultimate being stolen. Now they just have to turn around. Who's actually going to be able to win this fight between Chidawi? What?
Plick actually gets the double, I think.
Okay, I'm sorry, but that was 4 or 3 Requiems. Do you know how loud that is in my ears?
Yeah, that's got to be pretty ridiculous there. But I mean, no, it was only 2 Requiems. It was the first one over here, and then it did.
Rubik stole it.
Did he steal it?
Rubik stole Requiem. Rubik stole Requiem. Yes, he did.
Okay then. Wow. I mean, sorry, I didn't see like the Rubik part, but I did see the double Shadow Fiend Requiems, and I mean, luckily he actually got killed off. He got himself a double kill off the back of that, since he also killed the Rubik, I think, in the end, and damn well played to him with that last usage of the Requiem. Well, sorry, not usage. I mean, he died with
it. That's the death Requiem.
Yeah, but still. WRG wasn't expecting that, and I think if Spectre had run, he might have been able to get something out of it, but decided not to, decided to man up and ended up dying.
You see Shadow Fiend not going for mech here, so going for more aggressive type of play. There's going to be the Darkshire building towards the mech. I'm okay with that, but oh wait, though, Dom's is busy charging straight here onto Impact. I think Impact is just going to drop from this. He does get healed up. There's just so much magical damage. I mean, the Winter Wyvern helps and it works, but not up against so much magical burst.
No, not against any kind of magical burst, actually. That's the problem, is that the Cold Embrace, very often you'll see inexperienced users of the Winter Wyvern
Killing
generally
their
end
own
up
team because of it.
generally end up killing their cause because they place it on like their cause at a really really bad time, as opposed to knowing what the opponent has and knowing what the opponent can do before just casting the cold embrace.
Yeah. Well, this is what Castaway is gonna keep on doing. He's just gonna be keeping in with Boots of Travel, keeping the lanes pushed out. They can't really do much, and there's actually a smoke gang coming through from WRG. So let's see what WRG can do. They are going to try and wrap around here onto Plick. Plick is dead, I think. Oh, Plick.
Depends.
Ooh.
I mean, Plick has got a lot of assistance in the area, so things could not work out 100%.
Oh, let's have a look here. Plick actually being, embraced up right now, going in for that Drake Room. Does manage to get quite a bit of damage done. RDK is going straight onto Chadawi, but Chadawi, of course, does have the full Vanguard, and the stun's coming through as well. One more hit needed. They actually do get the kill. It was Wraith King. Wraith King does have his ultimate up, and now it is there. And unfortunately, I think Spirit Breaker might just die from this one as well. So this is going very well in the favor of Energy at this point. Santo, there's no, well, the Wraith King is actually being surged up. There's the crit. And RDK getting a triple kill. Once again, not the hero you want to start feeding.
Yeah, I mean, a Wraith King is less scary to feed than a Wind Ranger, but I think it's more the player that you don't want to feed, because RDK has shown a surprising ability to just pull complete, a completely lost team fight and just turn things around here. So, I mean, well played there by the Wraith King. TP's in pretty early, takes the fight and eventually gets himself a triple, and they got another kill onto the Spectre. So the Spectre is just really not getting a whole lot of farm. She's relatively close to getting that Radiance, but the thing is, until she's got it up,
how they're going to farm this.
I mean, until she's got that Radiance up, it's going to be a really slow passage of play for her.
Yep. There's the mech on the Darkshire now as well. They're trying to farm this, but just taking so much damage. 2-5, that's actually a good strategy. Getting the corner brace off here onto the tanking hero. And it's going to take them a while to actually farm this one up. RDK has to be careful. Whoa, RDK, be careful. Just such a big stack.
Yeah, I mean, just 2 days ago, this stack would have been cleared with ease at this stage. But these new auras that have been given to the Ancients mean that it's very, very difficult for Ian to actually clear them with any ease, particularly when it's a stack this large.
Yep. Well, and that's the nice thing about having a lifestealer, a support lifestealer in your team that can actually steal these.
Yeah.
Aura gaming, the aura stats.
I don't know. I don't think we'll ever see a support lifestealer.
Oh yes, I saw it yesterday. IFG versus... Crap, what was that again? That was an extremely, good game. I think I was up against Reversal Esports, as in a close game, as in really a close game. I think it was them. And to be honest, it wrecked. Who was it? I think it was them. I'm trying to remember here. I saw it last night while I was casting, and the support lifestealer, as soon as he got 6, he just started roaming around with... Oh, wait. Actually, the Spectre ulti coming in right now. Are the Cruiser going to go on? No one. I think it was just a...
Trying to kill 225
actually, on the bottom
lane.
lane. 225 is actually being corner braced up right now. He does actually get out of that one for now. Now it's the Spirit Breaker charging in straight onto Impact. Impact does have his ultimate if he wants to use it. There you go. Ultimate straight onto Castaway. Castaway might actually die from this one. It's just so close. There it is. Rage Boss does manage to get the kill. Unfortunately, Spectre gets the counter onto the Skywrath Mage. That's a 1-for-1, but that's a tinker for a Skywrath Mage. Any day of the week, I'll trade that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if you're looking for economy 101 in Dota, that's pretty much the best example of it. You take out probably the most dangerous hero right now for WRG, and you only lose your least important hero. So Ian will definitely be happier with that.
Yep. Well, Doms is alone here on the bottom lane. We might see a engagement straight onto him. Let's have a look. Yes, there's the blink in straight from RDK going onto Doms, but unfortunately not getting any crits off, and actually going... Wow, okay, that was bad. I mean, the illusion from RDK standing here behind the... Well, in front of the tier 2, tier 3 tower. Allow Doms to just run out of that one alive. Now, let's have a look quickly at the item progression here. The Shadow Fiend does have a full Sanjay Yashab going for that early game build. Working towards his BKB, of course, doesn't have a mech, does have a little bit of armor with the Ring of Aquila. Next person in regards with net worth, and I mean, he has a higher net worth than RDK. On that thought, we're gonna see anything. Will they be able to kill Plick? No, they won't. No, Wraith King actually got a pick. Wraith King got a pick here on the middle lane. Now, as I was about to mention about the Wraith King, he does have a Blade Mill up, 1,800 gold, and a Blink Dagger, and of course the Hand of Midas that's not being used.
Yeah, well, he's gonna go.
Colonel NB would be very unhappy. Oh wait, jumping straight onto Doms. Are there crits? Crits. Fortunately, no lift, and there was no column brace. Everyone trying to come in onto the poor little Doms. The hate, man. Feel the hate.
Yeah, Dom's gonna make his escape there, though. I don't know why Ian doesn't decide to try and take the stack. I mean, it would severely damage WRG. They've stacked it once. I mean, they have no real way of farming it, but it would still be nice to grab. Blick, he's going to drop the ulti. Does he make his escape here, though? He's going to be chased down by Chidawi, who decides the better of it, and will just TP himself all the way home.
Oh, that was so close. Vacuum from the dogs here was literally like half a second too late.
Yeah.
And, well, I mean, 10,500 net worth for both the cores of EN versus 7,600 to 7,900. I mean, that is that's 2,000 gold difference between the cores. So energy, they're leading with around 7,500 gold, same with experience. But we saw energy come back from this type of deficit. So we know WRG can do this. And they have a Tinker. I mean, never underestimate the Tinker split push potential.
Well, they have a Tinker and a Spectre, and Ian, I mean, they have nothing even close to either one of those. So, yeah, Ian, I don't think they can take a fight probably past 40.
Well, the TPs are coming in here onto Rage Boss right now. Rage Boss, it does actually drop, and RDK goes and turns straight away onto Castaway. The crits! The double crits! Now he actually blinks in. He wants to go on Doms, and the pause. Puppy pause. Guys, DC'd. Oh no, disaster. Disaster.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like RDK getting a double crit there to finish with Castaway. Might very well get himself a kill onto Doms here. Definitely going Ian's way, and I like the fact that they're rotating quickly. Again, they've only lost the Winter Wyvern for this trade, so if they can keep going, then I definitely think that RDK can turn things around here a little bit. Chidawi is very, very close to his Radiance though, so that is a bit of a worry for Ian. That's when he's going to really start farming, so they need to get a lot of work done here, and the first bit of work is to start getting these kills in the bot lane here.
Definitely. Now, your average timing, or the timing that you want to see with a Radiance on a Spectre, is anywhere between the 15 and 18 minute mark. That is a good timing, depending of course on what else you build and how the lane was, but anywhere within that timing window, it's I actually checked the stats earlier with that. It's something ridiculous like a 75% win rate in pubs at this point since the new patch. Now it's 21 minutes. It's still fine because after 25 minutes you can come back, but it starts getting a lot more difficult because you're throwing everything into one item, and I think you'll have it around the 22-minute mark, which is still decent. But to be honest, if it waits any longer, I think it might already be too late.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's still within a decent timing for the game. He doesn't have a lot of farm though, and that's the one thing that Ian can do is, he can have the Radiance, but so long as you cut down his farm, you constantly pressure them, it means that WRG is essentially just paid a lot of money for an item that doesn't do a whole lot. So WRG needs to make space for Chidawi to farm now, and Ian needs to shut down that space as much as they can. They can't afford to give Chidawi too much free gold and give him a lot of assists, because he will then eventually carry the game. RDK can't carry against a Spectre. It's just not going to happen with the Wraith King.
I might actually disagree with you on that one. A 6-slotted Wraith King that actually crits. I have seen I've seen 3 crits coming through in a row, and with 1,400. Hey, even if you're farmed as a Spectre, you'll still die. Wraith King is probably I like Wraith King over an anti-mage up against a Spectre. He's probably one of the few carries that I would personally think can take a Spectre on.
One-on-one fight maybe, but the thing is, Spectre presses R and your whole team vanishes, and then it's you versus 3 or 4. So
that's a complete different story then. Yes.
I mean, like I said,
they're moving
1v1s. Maybe the RDK has the edge, but I highly doubt he'll ever find himself in a one-on-one with Chidawi. If that happens, I'd be very, very surprised.
Yeah. Well, let's have a look here. The rush actually falls pretty damn fast with all of these crits, and it is going to be Plick picking up the Aegis. I do like. I mean, Plick's been involved in a lot more kills this game. He's actually been playing very well, been creating space. Do give the Aegis to him, and I think he might just have had an off game previously. This is more his type of game style. Oh, Dobbs is actually caught out. The curse is actually used onto Dobbs, and there's a crit, and then there's another crit coming through. RDK just completely wiping him, and this is probably just a free tier 2 tower.
Yeah, I mean, WRG will do a show of defending it, but they don't really care, I don't think, about this tower. Once Dom's dropped there, it was like, okay, well, there's no way you have any chance of fighting this.
Yep, they're busy TPing back right now. It's like he's just trying to clear out the tier 1 mid and the tier 2 mid and the tier 2 top. Objective games gaming, blah 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 blah. Objective-based gaming, as you spoke about earlier on, and I do like this. Ian is playing it that way. They're backing out, they're going in, they're getting their objectives, and it seems to be working for them.
Yeah, it is working for them. I mean, the one thing I will say, I mean, I was mentioning earlier that they need to make space for the Spectre. The problem with the way that WRG is running this is that they're also running a Tinker. Now, Tinker is a gold sink. That guy just keeps, he just drains gold.
Oh, hold on quickly, Rage Boss, is he going to be able to pick off Chidawi? He doesn't, because he doesn't have his... Continue on about the gold black hole.
I mean, the thing is, Tinker is very much a gold black hole. He just sucks in gold the whole time, and Spectre needs a hell of a lot of that. So WRG might have gone a little bit too greedy on this build as well. At the moment, they in with a chance, but they have to make certain this works, and they somehow have to find farm for 2 underfarmed heroes at the moment. And I don't know if you've ever gotten that right, but I've never seen that work out too well, and unless you have a really spectacular rest of the team that can hold on.
Castaway actually being engaged upon here, and it's just going to be... Oh, he actually manages to get out of that one. Well, they're actually stealing quite a lot. What was stolen? No, it was just a vacuum. Unfortunately, the wall not landing. Now it is... actually don't know where to focus. RDK has come down. Plick is coming in. He's going in with his BKB, going in for a full Requiem. RDK blinks in on the backlines. Actually does get the kill on Doms. Now it's Chidawi that's dropping. Sancho might be the next one to follow. Just one hit needed. There you go. And that's 3 heroes down for the price of none, and of course the Aegis wasn't even used.
Yeah, I mean, they popped the Wraithing ulti, but he's level 16, so 60 seconds and he's back again, so... WRG...
It's 30 seconds now, I mean...
Is it? No, it's... Yeah, I mean, yeah, sorry, 60 seconds, but 30 seconds left, and I mean, the thing is, it's like, how do you kill 7 heroes from EN right now? Because you have to kill Plick twice, you have to kill RDK twice, and then you have to, kill the rest of the team I mean... another like 3 or 4 times. It's like, it's such a nightmare to get anything done.
Because by the time the Spectre comes back, RDK's ulti's back up.
Yeah.
And well, he just has to play it safe. 1 second, I think he might just re-engage. RDK is actually Glimmer Caved up. Plick does have the Aegis. They're actually trying to use it right now, sending in him there. I think if they do engage on Plick, I think they can still take this fight. Oh.
Yeah.
Are they going to back off right now?
Plick's got a little bit careful. I mean, he does have the Aegis available. I think he's going to wait till his BKB's ready again.
Well, RDK is being engaged upon right now. He did go in. He does have his ultimate. There you go. Everyone is slowed off. And of course, Plick is coming back. Now RDK wants to go straight onto the Spirit Breaker. The vacuum is there. Unfortunately, Doms, what are they going to be able to do anything? This Witch Doctor's ward placement is pretty damn impressive. 225 will be the next one to fall. He does sacrifice himself, and the Wraith King will be able to get out of that one alive.
Well, it looks like Ian's going to make everybody disappear, and unfortunately not. Rage Boss is going to be caught out, but I mean, tier 3 tower, they lost the Aegis, so a fairly expensive overall fight for Ian, and they didn't get a hell of a lot out of it. WRG, however, will be very, very happy with those stats.
Definitely. I mean, the Tinker, without the March there, I mean, the March is stopping RDK from blinking in the whole time, and it's just causing so much havoc. Well, Castaway, he blinks out. I mean, it's extremely difficult to go up against the Tinker to try and engage, because the March of the Machines is just going to cut you off every single time.
Yeah, he does he have a BKB? Okay, no. I mean, if RDK has a BKB there, I think he can make it. Well, never mind, as it sounds like Plick is about to eat a death, and this is going to be a big death as well. 654 gold going the way of the Tinker. And that is an important kill for WRG.
Definitely. Tinker's gone with an ultimate orb. Not Tinker. Plick, or the Shadow Fiend's gone for the ultimate orb. Do you think we're seeing a Scotty here?
I don't. I really hope it's not.
You don't like Scotty pick up on SF?
I just think that he needs a little bit more damage at this stage. Scotty's not bad. I mean, it's a very, very good item on the Shadow Fiend. I just think maybe if he'd gone a little bit more flat damage and then have RDK, you know, tank up or whatever, get maybe the Scotty on himself so that he's, you know, just got never-ending supply mana, I think it might be a little bit better.
The big thing for me though is, I mean, Shadow Fiend doesn't have mech, so he is extremely squishy. And with a Scotty, he'll at least be able to survive up against the Radiance Burn of the Spectre for the initial section. Wait, I do see he's coming in. No, yeah. So I personally like this Scotty pickup here for that reason only. He will be able to survive up against the Radiance Burn and actually push out more damage.
Yeah, I suppose that's fair.
That's the only reason why I like it. Everything else I would have said, you know what, just go Glass Cannon. You have a Darkseer, you have a Wraith King that both should be tanking it up. Go Glass Cannon.
Yeah, I mean, Castaway does have the Scythe of Vice, so maybe it is a little bit more useful to keep him alive. I just really want the Wraith King to get a BKB next. He does look to be going in that direction, sitting at about 3.2k gold, so he can look to buy it one shot. But I think once he's got that, then Ian can pretty much just man mode into WRG, and there's not a whole lot WRG can actually do to stop it.
Yep, Heart is nearly up here for the Spectre. He does not have buyback. So if they do manage to get a kill on the Spectre within the next few minutes before Spectre gets it up for buyback, this is going to be big.
Yeah, that'll be huge if they can get that done. At the moment, they're just clearing out the jungle, preventing the farm, but I mean, WRG doing the exact same thing to them, so it's much of a muchness, I would say. As Spectre looking to farm up, and I mean, she's...
Rubik. Sorry. Rubik doesn't have a TP scroll.
What criminality is this? It's 75 gold, Santo. What are you doing? This is horrible.
If Energy actually pushed in top, Rubik wouldn't have been able to get, but he's going for it now. Sorry, I just saw that. He's like,
Dom's
okay,
getting
I'll
caught
buy
out top
two.
lane, and he does have the Heaven's Halberd though, and that's going to prevent RDK from getting the clean kill. As multiple heroes also TP into the top lane. There's actually 4-man TP to the top lane, with a final one TPing to the well.
Yep. So Energy just seems to be stagnating a little bit right now, but we will see Rosh coming up probably within around 10 seconds. Well, we will see how long Rosh still takes in around 10 seconds. And then, I mean, Energy seems to be stagnating. They need the next Aegis. They need to be able to go up. They need to try and take on the fight. And let's see, Rosh will respawn in 1 minute 30 seconds. So a medium respawn timer.
Yeah, I think it's exactly halfway between what you can get. It's what, instantly or 3 minutes. So yeah, it's about halfway. WRG, I mean, they can just keep playing this game all day. They've got 2 heroes that farm extremely well, like you scale extremely well into the late game. Whereas Ian, I mean, I do agree with you. They're playing very, very passively now. They're kind of just sitting on their hands and trying to farm up, and that's never going to work against WRG. You can't. No, it's just you got to make something happen. So Ian just sitting around doing nothing right now, it's not helping their cause. They have to make something happen on these lanes.
Definitely. So, well, let's have a look here. They are busy scouting out Rosh, and they're getting ready for it. It will be in roughly around 40 or so seconds. I think they will literally just hide inside here, wait the whole time. But the ward, there's a ward actually scouting that movement out. Oh, a sentry. So they can't actually see it because sentries don't get vision anymore. Meh.
Yeah, so no, I mean, I think they find interesting that Dom's is just hanging around here for days. I mean, he's been sitting here for quite a while. Don't really know what he's hoping to attempt there.
Maybe one. Well, yeah, I don't know. He doesn't have vision over in this area anyway, so quite interesting. But TP, he does actually TP out, and the sentry gets dewarded, so they will actually know that they are going for a rush attempt. I'm not quite sure if they should have dewarded that one. And Rosh is back up. This is the do or die, I think, for WRG.
Yeah, I mean, not the last throw of the dice, but certainly it's getting towards that point in the game where RDK is going to start falling off in terms of being able to affect the whole team fight, and the rest of Ian is pretty much going as well. Sure, the Shadow Fiend can still do a bit, but Shadow Fiend up against 5 or up against 4 is really not going to help them at all, particularly not when the Spectre will literally just press one button and half of your team just gets destroyed.
Yep. Well, it does seem like they are backing out right now. The Glimmer Cape is used on the Winter Wyvern. I'm surprised they aren't backing up, smoking, and trying to go for that sneaky little run down here to actually see who is hiding in the trees, because you do see that every now and then.
Yeah, well, I mean, you could. I think they actually might have done a better play here, since it does look as though WRG is completely unaware that the rush is even going on. I mean,
nope.
Oh,
the ward's
no.
just been placed.
Courier. Gonna know something's up, and there we go. I mean, it's too late now, but had that courier arrived a little bit faster, I think WRG might have been in a position where they could have made something happen.
Yep. And the Scotty's up now as well for the Shadow Fiend. Look at that, 2,500 HP. It should give her enough survivability to at least survive the initial burst. Now, with a Aegis on the Shadow Fiend as well, I think it's going to help out. We'll see the engagement here on the middle lane. I mean, this is where most likely this game is going to be decided.
Yeah, you see, the problem is RDK still doesn't have a BKB, and because of that, he can just take endless amounts of damage from the Master of the Machine. So, I mean, if he gets the BKB, he can just blink through them, because then he's not actually taking any damage. But for right now, I mean, it's very, very difficult for them to get anywhere near Castaway. He can just sit at the back here doing this the whole time, basically.
Yeah. Well, the Shadow Fiend and, of course, RDK will both be in here. RDK does get... So, is the stun... Yeah, it was actually the stun. That's like the only thing you can steal. So
Yeah. It's not an achievement to steal.
It's basically
that.
like saying a Rubik versus a Viper. You know you'll always be able to steal the ultimate.
Yeah. Press R or press Q in game.
Basically. And Spectre has the full heart up. There's the engagement. Let's quickly have a look and see how this fight actually turns out. And, well, Spectre has to get out of that, because otherwise Spectre is going to die. But the problem with this one is now 225, I think, is dead.
And Tinker gets the kill onto 225. And Ian just leaks a kill. Not that they necessarily wanted to give up either. I mean, you could have given up support there, but losing your dogs here, that's a lot of your team fight as well that they've just lost.
Well, the Boots of Travel coming in for RDK, so not actually going for the BKB just yet. Trying to contest up against this Tinker will never happen.
Yeah, that's not going to be a bright idea if you attempted that at all. Chidawi farming some Ancients again, sitting at about 1,500 gold. Did he have anything on the courier?
What does he go
when
for
died?
next?
I would, like, for Spectre, I would
Matter.
almost say just tank up a little bit more. He could go for maybe the Scotty, maybe go for a little bit more damage. Maybe Manta style, I think, wouldn't be too bad here.
I do like the Manta with Radiance, because your Manta illusions last a lot longer. You can chase down your support. I mean, we've seen what Naga illusions with, Radiance do without attacking or without doing anything. Oh, they don't actually scout out the Winter Wyvern, but Winter Wyvern might actually have been caught out there. This is the big difference between... Oh, wait, there you actually see the Radiance has just been turned off. So if Rage Boss was paying attention to his illusion, he would have seen his illusion dying to Radiance Burn. But the illusion, well, the Radiance Burn was turned off right now, and I think... Well, this might... Oh, so close. Rage Boss getting out of that one.
Yeah, Quick Fingers keeping him alive there with usage of the Glimmer Cake. But Ian still just kind of pitter-pattering around here, not really sure what to do, and...
I mean, they have Aegis. I'm sorry, I mean, they did manage to get the 1 racks. Towards the range racks, which isn't that great, but I would expect them to be going towards this extra tier 3 tower, but there's, like you said, there's no BKB up on Wraith King. It's going to be a little bit more difficult.
The problem is,
here we go.
Like, RDK makes it more difficult for himself by not having that. I mean, he's going to turn into a chicken now, or a pig. So, look, they can do enough damage, but it's still a very, very annoying fight for RDK to survive, because he has to walk through all of this the whole time.
Yep. And, well, there you go. They do want to go in the Spectre illusion. Well, the Spectre has actually come in right now. Who does the Spectre decide to go onto? Wants to go into impact here on the backlines, but unfortunately the Witch Doctor actually getting a very good ultimate off, and they can't actually catch anything. Doms is on the front line. There was a wall drop and a vacuum, but unfortunately, well, they actually want to try and go onto Chidawi right now, and it is Plick using his BKB, actually trying to get a kill onto Doms. Doms decides to turn around and run away, and no, well, only one death after all of that. I just think...
But Aegis was expended
very
as well.
anticlimactic.
Yeah, I mean, anticlimactic for how much we saw getting thrown around in that fight, but the problem was that Ian only really took a tier 3, they didn't get any important kills, and they dropped the Aegis for that as well, so... I don't know, I mean, it looks like they got a good objective, but for the most part, WRG really just held serve, and that's all they needed to do, is because every time a fight like that occurs, it's just more time for the Spectre to farm, more time for the Tinker to farm, and Ian, I mean, they don't get anything out of that, really. What is 300-400 gold from killing off the tower? Or this could be a big kill if Castaway gets caught out here, but Plick has no way of stopping him.
Yeah. And the charge is here onto RDK. Is this really... that clever? But no, well, actually, yes, it is. Castaway is coming right in here. He does reload, and this might just be a extra kill. Of course, RDK does have his reincarnation, and he should be able to blink out of this. Nope, it's a little bit too long, and well, the support's coming in right now. They're trying to go onto Mr. Doms, unfortunately. Well, yeah, lots happening there, and only RDK's reincarnation being caught out, but we are going to see a backstab coming in right now. Who are they going to go onto? They're targeting everything onto RDK. Once again, Witch Doctor getting an amazing ward off right now, but Chidawi has to be very careful because Chidawi, well, there's the curse coming through from the Winter Wyvern now as well. Dom's trying to do as much as possible. Santo is nearly dead as well. At this point, it's only RDK that has dropped, and it is going to actually be RDK as well as the Skywrath Mage. Is there going to be anything else? Everyone is on such low life, but this Witch Doctor has just been getting his ultimates off the whole time. And there it is, another... Well, are they going to go onto... Who are they going to turn onto? Yeah, there's actually a Diffusal Blade being used onto 225. 225 does use the vacuum, and the... Well, 225 is just dead. Nothing else further than that. Rage Boss is trying to fly out of this one, but unfortunately, Castaway, well... Oh, is he going to get that one hit onto Santo?
And he makes his escape. That is just ridiculous. I don't understand how the hell Winter Wyvern got away from that. But again, a messy fight. And we can already see WRG starting to take this fight with some ease in the end now. Ian really don't have a lot to do.
Needs the BKB.
I don't know, it's like Wraith King, what did Wraith King really do in that fight? He kind of like wandered around trying to get some kills. Plick did quite a bit of damage, but nothing able, like, they just aren't able to kill the Spectre anymore. She just stands there and it's like, you can't kill me, so I don't even have to really do damage.
Spectre actually nearly died there, and if the Wraith King didn't die, Spectre probably would have dropped. The problem is they're throwing everything at Wraith King, and a simple BKB could negate everything, and then the Wraith King could go toe to toe with the Spectre. But that's not start happening right now, and it's just clever play coming through here from WRG, targeting the Wraith King constantly, just scything him up. Scythe into Dagon, into Scythe into Dagon. Wraith King can't do anything about that. He is literally a very tanky creep. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, RDK is getting the BKB now, so hopefully this is the... I mean, it's the item I've been harping on for a good long while now that he needs, so let's hope...
Full 20 minutes.
Yeah, let's hope and pray that it makes as big a difference as we've been talking about. But I do think it is going to make a difference. It's going to be much harder for WRG to actually effectively fight him in a team fight, and he's really going to be able to do a hell of a lot more once he's got this up.
Well, let's have a look here. In a couple of seconds, we'll know when Rosh is coming back. Is it going to be an early respawn or a long respawn? Once again, 1 minute, and 1 minute is actually not that bad. Now, of course, the teams don't know this. Without energy, I would probably just wait here around the Rosh pit the whole time. It seems like Rage Boss is doing.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm certain they've taken down the timer, so they'll keep checking periodically, but, I mean, if you look at that net worth graph, it is... you know, on a worrying downward spiral at the moment, because WRG's hard carries are really coming online now, and it's getting increasingly difficult for the rest of Ian outside of Plick and RDK to have a meaningful contribution in these fights.
I know what they say in like Survivor, it's outlast, outwit, outplay. That is how you play Spectre. You just outlast and outwit them. You don't have to do a lot of damage, you just have to not die. And then basically kill everyone. It's just one of those type of carries.
Yeah, it really, really is. And WRG, well, I mean, they've got a little while longer, and they're actually going to catch our Doms here, expending quite a few ultis to make certain of this kill. And RDK will be able to make his escape. Good ulti comes in from Chidawi. He's going to try and take this fight, but does he have enough? They don't have the Winter Wyvern ulti to lock him down, so Chidawi is fighting up against a whole lot of teams. But Santo actually steals a brilliant usage of that Winter's Curse. Chidawi trying to do as much damage to RDK as he can. RDK has not used the BKB yet. He's got to be very, very careful about the timings on this. He's actually going to go down. Castaway might actually die to his own illusion here. Actually, no, he's going to get... he's going to get saved there by the Glimmer Cape and will be able to make his escape. RDK on the backlines just murdering everybody while Chidawi does the same to his opponents. And the fight...
that turned out very well. I was like, what's he saying? Why aren't you using your BKB? And then I forgot, well, he has reincarnation. He's come back. And the Spectre, well, this might be a problem. The Rage Boss is actually coming straight in, trying to go onto him, uses the Glimmer Cape. Fortunately, that's just how quickly they can, kill them. Buyback, instant buyback, yeah. It's very difficult. The tier 3 tower is down, but this does leave Rosh open for the side of WRG. And if that's the case, I think WRG is just bringing this game back one fight at a time.
Yeah, and I mean, they are going to find Rosh now, and there's no way the big man is able to fight out Chidawi. So, Ian, I mean, again, a massive fight, and what do they win out of it? They get nothing done there, not even a barracks this time, and they will be losing Rosh. So, WRG, very, very happy with this.
Yeah, the team fight of the side of Energy. I mean, Plick has the past 2 fights. He's not been able to get in. He's not been able to actually get a good Requiem off at all. I don't even think he had anyone on the last fight. And that Requiem does do, quite a bit of damage. It does pack a punch. And unfortunately, trying to go just pure right-click build and, using a Requiem, you have to think it takes like 2 seconds to use a Requiem, but you can get 4 right clicks in the time. If you're not going to hit anyone with a Requiem, rather just go pure right click and just attack them, because that means you'll be doing 400, well, actually 800 damage in that time period to one hero, excluding, of course, any blocks, etc.
Yeah, I mean, like the problem is that Ian. That fight was actually a brilliant initiation by WRG, because they knew that if they allowed Ian to get set, then it would be a very difficult fight for them. So Chidawi actually ulted in a little bit early, which kind of messed around with Ian's positioning, and Ian wasn't really in the best position to fight after that. So a good split up as we
Rage Boss, mistiming his Winter's Curse, and now there's going to be a counter engagement coming through, and Blick just gets popped. I think this is turning out very badly, because they don't have anyone. Impact, of course, trying to do what he can as well, and that's 2 heroes down. With RDK, he just went straight to the bottom lane. He's going to try and split push this, while the rest of WRG are trying to push out top lane.
And WRG pretty much on the path to victory right now. There's very little that Ian can do. I mean, maybe split push, some ratting might get them a little bit further, but it's looking increasingly harder for them to actually get anything done in this game. And we're actually going to see Rage Boss pulling some AoE tactics and cutting creep waves and just making himself a general irritation, but he's going to get charged.
Yeah, I didn't even want to say anything about that.
Yeah, I think both of us were just like, yeah, Winter Wyvern's dead. Let's just, leave him to his fate.
And this is the reason why I did say, I mean, it is Tinker, it's Castaway's signature Tinker up here. And I mean, he's just been playing it extremely, extremely well. You have to give it to WRG.
No, I mean, Castaway has been playing like an absolute monster this game. He's pretty much the only reason they're in this game at the moment. Spectre has come online in the last, I say, 5 to 10 minutes, but before that, I mean, these high ground defenses with his March of the Machines has been extremely difficult for Ian to do anything about, and it's really ended up, I think, costing Ian the game. Had they gotten at least one completed Drax, they'd be a lot further ahead.
Now, I also think a few misplays coming through from Ian's side, and what 2-5 is going to... Castaway is just going to be doing this all day, every day of the week. You can't be alone. Energy has to be as 5. They have to walk as 5, they have to stay as 5. Because, for example, RDK is going to come here on the bottom lane, and if... Oh. Is this going to be another kill here for Castaway? Castaway might be coming in. The charge is actually happening. Who's it on? Charge is not. The charge is actually on RDK.
Well,
RDK does blink it. Going straight on to Castaway. That's a big pick. But Castaway, of course, does have buyback. He does use it. They're going to turn around. The BKB is used on RDK now quite early on. Are they going to try and go around? Blick, he is actually just TPing out. Now it's RDK alone, trying to go for that kill on Castaway once again. Unfortunately, I'm not quite sure. Well, he was just left alone there completely to die and think about his sins. Well, Shadow Fiend TP'd out. But just look at the movements. Look how quickly the side of your WRG can actually get to you.
I mean, that's the problem with the Spectre and the Tinker right now, is that like they're so farmed that they can basically just be everywhere at the map. Or I mean, they can be anywhere. Yeah, and I mean, you have a Spirit Breaker, you have Santo who's got a Blink Dagger now, and I mean, the last tier is S, and he's almost unneeded this game. 0, 3, and 13 on a Witch Doctor is, I mean, it's a low-scoring game for South Africa, but it really has just shown that Ian didn't get aggressive enough early enough, and WRG have profited big time from that.
Well, let's have a look here. How is this defense going to last? Rosh, of course, is still quite a ways away. Will they be able to get... I mean, it's still 42 seconds. Wraith King does have buyback if he needs to use it, but I think they're going to try and delay this for the full duration, because if Wraith King comes back, of course, he does have reincarnation. If he dies then he can buy back again.
Yeah.
So they have to try and defend as much as possible, but with Tinker here, it's starting to become nearly impossible.
Well,
they're going straight onto Plick right now. Plick does have buyback, but they're going in onto him, and he is just going to pop instantly. Is the buyback there from him? Yes, there is, but there's a very good wall coming through as well. Unfortunately, Chidawi, well, where are they? I don't know where to focus right now. They are going on to 225. 225 might actually drop right now. He is in Winter's Curse. The ultimate is coming through from the Witch Doctor as well. Where is the Wraith King? Wraith King, is he blinking in very deep? He's trying to go here onto the Spectre. The Spectre actually dies. This is going to be big, but unfortunately, the charge coming through from Doms as well is going to help them out quite a lot. The BKB is not used yet on the Wraith King. There's a very good, I mean, this is... Well, are they going to be able to get anything here? Castaway's just come back in. I actually don't know where to focus anymore. RDK is going ham onto Doms right now, but unfortunately his BKB is worn off. He's turning around, going onto the Witch Doctor, but well, he does manage to get the crit off the Witch Doctor. That's a full, I think that's GG.
Well, RDK's the last one left. He's going to get finished off here. He does have the buyback available, but I mean, I don't think it's enough to actually stop them, and it's a sad way for Ian to lose this game, but I mean, they can only blame themselves. Didn't get aggressive enough, and WRG just making them pay big time, as it does look as though RDK might not even make it to his well.
Yeah, there's the good game, well played. So guys, for those of you watching, the 8 o'clock game might be a little bit delayed. We still have to see, I mean, what's happening for, we still have to cause one more game. WRG 1, Energy 1. This is going to game number 3. Any last and final words from your side, Prof, regarding this game?
Yeah, Ian needs to make use of their aggression. They're well known as being one of the, well, I wouldn't say tiltiest, but certainly they can go absolutely ham on you, or they can, you know, just basically go so ham that it costs themselves. And unfortunately, they didn't do that this game. They played way too passive, relying on an RDK farm. I mean, relying on RDK to farm on a hero that wasn't going to make it past 40 minutes. That can be
kited.
Yeah, and
can't give RDK here that can be kited. Pick up a Wind Ranger, an Anti-Mage, a PL, anything that can take the fight to you.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. The thing is, it's just Wraith King is not going to out-carry a Spectre. It's simple, you know, it's just the skills don't work like that. And as well as he and Plick played, the rest of the team, I mean, they played well, but the fact that you have a Tinker who's just going to sit there and just spam March the whole day, you're never going to get through that. So it just made it too easy for White Rabbit in the end, and White Rabbit takes a deserved win in game 2.
Okay, well, guys, on that note, we will see you guys back for game number 3 in around 5 minutes. Stay tuned.
reckless, feeling helpless. I wanna shout it, I can't help it. So I kiss what I know so well, because I know that it will never tell. Knocks your stalks right out of my head. So I gotta get out. Gotta get out. Gotta get out. Gotta get out. Gotta get
All right, good evening and welcome, ladies and gents, to Game 3 of the Losers Bracket Final between the sides of Energy Evolution and White Rabbit Gaming. These two are playing for a spot at third place, where they can hopefully go up against one of Carbon or BVD Emo and maybe make it to the very final itself. And last in, well, as I said, a winner takes all in this best of 3, as both teams have 1-1, and Energy Evolution looked a lot stronger in Game 1 than they did in Game 2. I mean, even in Game 2, they had their good parts, but really just decided on a method of play that I don't think was ever going to work against White Rabbit Gaming. They gave White Rabbit Gaming the Tinker as well as the Spectre, and then decided to sit back and farm the whole day. Now, RDK is, I mean, a highly praised carry to say the least, but even he's not going to outfarm a Spectre on a Wraith King. So, really, really difficult game there for Energy, and they couldn't do anything in the end, as White Rabbit was able to just outfarm them overall and pull it through. We are going to see some bans here, Shadow Fiend as well as the Lina banned out by Energy Evolution, and the Earthshaker as well as Dazzle removed by White Rabbit. So, I mean, a bit of a mix of heroes that we've seen thus far. I mean, I don't think the only one that's been consistently banned out here is in fact that Earthshaker. Energy Evolution will grab themselves that Queen of Pain. That'll probably be going into the hands of Plick once again. I think he's more likely to play at mid since they have removed the Lina, which is her big bugbear. And White Rabbit will grab themselves the Tusk. So Tusk has eaten a couple of nerfs in the last patch, so maybe not as potent as he once was, but I'm pretty certain that White Rabbit could probably pull through if they use the Tusk's abilities correctly. Anyway, looking for their second pick here. I think it might very well be one of the cores. I don't think they'll grab the second support, or alternatively, actually, the Winter Wyvern has been available. Now, Winter Wyvern hasn't actually won a game tonight in this best of 3, so could be a bit of a bad luck pick, but we'll have to see. Does White Rabbit Gaming decide to grab her instead of some other options, perhaps like the Darkseer, which was doing quite a bit of work earlier on, not quite as much as the Witch Doctor was though, and yeah, I mean, Witch Doctor, there was a couple of team fights where he just won outright with that Death Ward, so White Rabbit will grab him before he gets banned, and Ian will go into the second ban, or sorry, their second pick of the first round, and they'll be looking for something that can do a little bit of utility work here, or never mind. They are not allowing this to go any further, and they pick up the RDK Anti-Mage. Now, he already monstered tonight on a Wind Ranger. What can he do on an Anti-Mage? As they will also ban out the PL, just countering one of the opposing rats. And what does White Rabbit Gaming do here? They will be looking for as much damage as they can, and they've got to find some way of dealing with an anti-mage here, because Tusk and Witch Doctor are okay at shutting him down early, but once he's up and farming, and particularly once, you know, he's going to get farmed. This is Energy Evolution. They'll make space for that hero to farm. So WRG, and particularly I think Doms is going to be a big playmaker here. He's probably going to get given something like the Spirit Breaker again here if Energy Evolution lets it through, and he's going to have to target that anti-mage. He's going to have to make absolutely certain that that anti-mage farms as slow as possible, so that Energy is just completely and utterly wrecked before they can really get onto their own 2 feet. Winter Wyvern was banned up by White Rabbit Gaming. They don't want that ability to just lock down half of their team coming out of a single support. And Energy debating quite a long time here on their second ban. I think a ban on the Spirit Breaker might have been a little bit better than the Disruptor, but as it is White Rabbit, they will no longer have the option of the Disruptor. Maybe just a little bit scared of how the Disruptor played in game 1. I mean, it did set up very, very well, particularly on that Queen of Pain. She really wasn't able to get off any good ults until much, much later in the game, probably around 25-30 minute mark. And after that, when Plick did start landing his ulties, it really just dominated the team fights for White Rabbit. They were never able to really get enough damage done to Energy by that stage before getting wrecked.
Don't you think the Spectre would have been a better ban?
I think Anti-Mage is going to outfarm the Spectre until the uber late, and I mean, RDK can do a hell of a lot more with the Anti-Mage until that point, so I think it's justifiable leaving the Spectre ban out. It was more the combination of the Spectre and the Tinker. Now, that's the biggest worry for me, is that they didn't actually ban out the Tinker here.
I mean, Tinker, you know, Castaway's Tinker is just ridiculously strong, and it just creates so much space. But Queen of Pain and Anti-Mage both have inbuilt blink, so they can actually take on the Tinker. I think that's probably what they were thinking.
Well, Wind Ranger is going to appear here for White Rabbit, so I mean, yeah, I do agree that the Tinker probably not going to be as effective against a Co-op and Anti-Mage as he would be against the carries picked in the previous game. But Wind Ranger, I mean, we saw what a Wind Ranger did to the Anti-Mage the last time this was played. That was admittedly an RDK way out of control, but I think that the Wind Ranger should do decently enough in the mid lane up against the Co-op that Energy could have a number of problems with this Wind Ranger.
Well, have a look here what the next pick is going to be. Just quickly looking to the picks in the drafts. Clockwork, I do know Rage Boss plays a mean Clockwork, but he's been playing support now, and Link 225 on offlane. I don't know if they're going to stick with that or just go with the 225 clock, because I don't actually know a 225 clock. But Undying being picked up now by White Rabbit Gaming. Hi, sorry, Prof, are you there? Mr. Prophecy. Okay, it seems like we have lost Prophecy here for a quick. Oh, are you back?
10 seconds remaining.
Ooh, okay. Well, the Undying was picked up here by the team of Energy Evolution, White Rabbit Gaming newbie. We did speak about how strong Undying is actually, and once again, the Skywrath Mage being picked up for Energy, and I don't like that pickup a lot. With Clock, it does synergize well though.
That synergizes very, very well with Clock, and I mean it's one way of dealing with the Wind Ranger. She can dodge most of the right-click damage, but she surely can't dodge a Mystic Flare once she's inside those cogs. And it's also a way of dealing with the Undying. You know, you get in there, you hit him with the Ancient Seal, and all of a sudden Undying is really just a large zombie wandering around the map, feeling sad for himself.
I know, definitely. So, quickly having a look here. The last bans coming through from newbie. Have you reconnected back into the game?
Have.
Okay. How does my audio sound? I know I was blowing a bit into the mic earlier. Does it sound better? Okay, awesome. White Rabbit decided to ban out a Naga here. Now that's quite an interesting ban. As a support Naga, well, they still need one hero, you know, one support, and support Naga might have actually worked very well with Energy. I just didn't even think of it, you know, that's in that way. Energy Evolution is their last ban out, and it is going to be a Juggernaut ban. Whose draft do you like so far between the two?
Actually, the problem is Energy doesn't have many options on great supports left here, so I would think that right now White Rabbit has a much better early game. But if the Wind Ranger gets shut down, I don't think White Rabbit gets to the late game here. So Ian have a lot more passive of an early stage, but if they get up and running, I don't think White Rabbit can take it. So I think I'd favor right now White Rabbit's draft, since it just looks a little bit easier to get running than Energy's.
Oh, well, as soon as the 6 is up on Clock, they you know, they will start looking to be aggressive. The 6 will be up on Queen of Pain. They'll be leaving RDK to farm on his Anti-Mage. I think they will most likely not be running RDK on mid here. They'll be going to the old Ian that we know and love, with RDK playing safe lane, playing mid. Of course, that was the same as the last game around, but last pick here for White Rabbit Gaming, to be honest, I don't know what they're going to be picking, and it might just be another Slaughter, core Slaughter.
That would be iffy, eh? I mean, then they're putting basically all of their eggs onto the Wind Ranger basket, and at that point, Energy.
Oh, that's what Energy did in the previous game.
Yeah, but I mean, Energy at least had 2 cores in that game. They only defaulted to the Wind Ranger because the Quap got nothing in the early stages, and RDK was able to carry it. Now, the problem is when you know going into that game that Wind Ranger is your only worry. I mean, what are you telling your team then? That's basically like, okay, every fight, all I want Wind Ranger to do is die. She mustn't get anything off. And okay, White Rabbit grabs himself the big
Spectre.
bad monster that is the Spectre. So they cover their late game a little bit, and Wind Ranger is going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting in the early stages here. So Energy Evolution, I hope they get a fairly aggressive support, and they have to really take it to this Spectre and Wind Ranger, and they have to take it early. If they can get that anti-mage up and running by the time that the Spectre is, you know, sort of online, then I think RDK has enough skill on that anti-mage to really push through, and probably they'll be sitting at least 1 racks up before the Spectre comes online.
Well, what support would you favor here? Something like a Lion to try and get rid of the Spectre illusions, or what?
I don't necessarily know about a Lion. I mean, ideally you'd want something that can set up kills on particularly the Wind Ranger and the Spectre. I'm trying to think off the top of my head. It's gonna be a Bane. Not too bad. It's one way of holding down a Spectre in a fight so that he can never really get anything down. So yeah, I mean, a Bane is actually a very, very good pick here, and it's pure damage. So Wind Ranger can't really avoid that either. It's a lot of burst damage coming out of that Bane.
Yeah, that's true. And of course, Bane can shut down the Spectre and the Windrunner as well if Windrunner does decide to start running away. But let's have a look here. RDK is going to be playing his signature anti-mage. I mean, RDK is that Burning-esque here in South Africa.
Yeah, he's the superstar carry of South Africa at the moment, and has been for probably the last year or so. But you know, he's got to perform when.
Oh, let me introduce the side of EN. I'm still in the game. I haven't been disconnected. It is going to be RDK running on his signature anti-mage Plick, running on the Queen of Pain. Impact is being played by, or Impact is playing the Skywrath Mage. Clockwork's being played by 225. Rage Boss is actually running on the Bane. That's the side of WRG. Oh, are you stuck? Are you disconnected? Okay, well, that's just the reborn lovely bugs that we're running into. So, Chadawi is running on the Spectre, Dom's on the offlane Tusk. Good luck, have fun being called by everyone. S or Nico Dodo, I guess Nico Dodo, on the Witch Doctor, Castaway running the Windrunner, and of course Santo playing on that Undying. I mean, that Undying is just so strong if he gets an Ags up.
30 seconds to battle.
Yeah, well, actually a sentry being used to block out some of the wards here for the stacks of energy side. They do scout out the side of WRG and they'll just back off. A very deep ward being placed by the Windrunner. So actually no wards over the ruin spot or the, well, this one won't actually catch ruin spot, yeah. So no wards over ruin spots. Have you connected back yet or not? Okay, cool. I'll continue on speaking. I mean, both the two heroes, the two teams didn't. Oh wait, Clockwork's just doing the standard clock build. Unfortunately, it's not really catching. It only caught one creep. And it is going to be a dual lane mid. RDK and Rage Boss versus Castaway and S. I mean, this is going to be very, very difficult for the anti-mage in this middle lane. No worries. I'll just keep on talking until you're back in. Just lovely reborn things. Castaway, of course, is playing on the Windrunner, so it's going to be a double range lineup here up against RDK. He does have a full poor man shield up. So of course he will reduce quite a bit of the damage coming through from both of the two range heroes, and Rage Boss should be able to keep him up alive. Well, the sun coming through. It's going to be interesting to see if Witch Doctor goes for a aggressive build with Maledict or with the Voodoo Restoration. And bottom lane is also going to be a dual lane, Santo and Chadawi. It is the Undying versus the Spectre up against a Clockwork and a Skywrath Mage. So top lane is going to be Doms versus Plick. It is Tusk versus Queen of Pain. I think the Queen of Pain should be okay here. I don't think she will die. Everyone, all the top three leaders are sitting on 5 hits, except for Plick. Plick was struggling a little bit. Quite a few denies coming through from the side of the Tusk.
Boss, and the other two are, you know, being like controlled down on bot lane.
Yep. Well, RDK is level 2 at this point. I think he's put 1 point up in stats. Just has a blink. He's not tried to harass out anyone with this mana break. Well, he's actually gone for 1 level in mana break, now at level 3. Double damage rune here on Castaway. This is going to make life a little bit more difficult for Rage Boss. Rage Boss does get it. It's going to make life a little bit more difficult here for RDK in the middle lane because, of course, the double damage rune on a Windrunner will do quite a bit to try and harass him out. And Rage Boss, even with the Brain Sap and the Enfeeble, It's only 30 damage out of the 90, or out of the 100 that's actually being thrown here.
Yeah, I mean, it's still fairly significant. I mean, obviously the double damage helps him, but once that double damage disappears, then you'll see Wind Ranger start throwing little tissues of paper at the creeps, and RDK won't be too unhappy about that.
Witch Doctor busy stacking up here in the jungle, only has the 1 stack off, no, actually has 2 stacks. So we might see the Windrunner moving towards, will it be the Windrunner? Yes, it will most likely be the Windrunner moving towards the jungle, trying to gain a little bit more farm up there using Power Shot, trying to, oh, wait, Dom's is busy rotating through at the 3-minute mark. He will have, actually won't have enough for a snowball and a shot. So are we going to see any kind of engagement here? We'll be onto Rage Boss. Rage Boss, he actually does dodge the shots, very well played by him. And the Power Shot comes through. Unfortunately, the anti-mage, well, a big rotation coming through from Doms, and unfortunately not getting anything out of it.
Yeah,
which just means Queen of Pain is fine on top.
I mean, it's important for the Tusk to rotate early, and I mean, he rotates out, loses a bit of experience, and it doesn't make anything happen. So, I mean, Ian will be very, very happy that they know that, you know, Doms is probably not going to come back to the mid lane anytime soon. He's now given Plick another level advantage over him, and Plick can really start to drive it home now. He's going to pick up that Scream of Pain, probably level 3 once, or no, he's going to grab the ulti once he hits level 6, and then he's going to, I think, maybe try and make a jump onto Doms. Doms has really got to start playing well from here on out, as that snowball is not going to be great protection if if Plick plays it well.
Well, with this level 2 up in Shadow Strike, he will be ticked down slowly but surely. The level 6 is up shortly on Queen of Pain, and even if he blinks in, uses the Scream, and Doms actually does dodge the Scream. As soon as he comes out of the snowball, of course, the ultimate from the Queen of Pain should actually be able to net him the kill, followed up with maybe 1 more dagger.
Yeah.
Well, the engagement is actually here straight onto Plick. Is Plick not, he's not level 6 yet. Quite surprised that he didn't actually just pop the Scream. But I don't think he wants to waste any mana here. You know, he wants to go for the kill at 6.
Yeah, that's definitely the case why he's holding. I mean, any mid laner with his salt would have really wanted to go in there, but you know, the top mid laners would know, you know, let him have his fun. He's just going to stun me for now, but I'll get him.
Going straight onto Chadawi here on the bottom lane. The Clockwork is there with her battery assault. Actually does catch Chadawi. Chadawi does not have enough for Spectral Dagger. Actually, he does. It's going to be so close to first blood. Goes the way of Impact on the Skyrath Mage.
Yeah, well, Impact is going to be able to get the kill onto the zombie tower as well, and that is a big change that has happened. Santo gets the first kill, or a return kill, onto the Skyrath Mage, though. And, I mean, we're now seeing the nerf to the Tombstone. It takes a lot less to actually kill off if you're in the early stages, and Santo's going to get quality. It does 225 have enough? No, he doesn't. He's going to use the cogs, but will die up, and Santo gets himself a double.
That's 4 stacks up in Decay, so quite interesting that he did go in. But, well, are we going to see an engagement here? Queen of Pain, is he going to actually pop his ultimate? He does. Does he blink in just to try and secure the kill? No. The rest of his team's arriving, and he's just blown everything. That's quite a big knock for him in this offlane role. But the Bane is trying to wrap around. Doms, unfortunately, will actually heal up, and Rage Boss, I think, scouts that out. He's going to back off instantly.
Yeah, down on bot lane 225, just using a good set of cogs and just pushing both Chadawi as well as Santo back, and just causing a little bit more of an annoyance.
Well, having a look here at the middle lane, though, RDK is farming up quite nicely, is sitting on 37, 8, 34 and 17 is on the Queen of Pain versus 25 and 2 and 29 and 2 respectively for the 2 cores of WRG. So Energy getting the early lead on this, well, in this matchup, and they just have to be careful on this bottom lane because the decay stacks are just going to do so much damage to them.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is that Clockwork isn't very, very mobile outside of his ulti, so it is very easy to just get a couple of stacks on him with the decay, and I mean, he's gonna go down very, very quickly if he's caught out like that.
It's only a level 1 power card, so of course the mana drain is not that high. Level 3 battery assault trying to, in other words, go for the kills up on Chadawi, but I think we might see an engagement here on the middle lane. RDK is dropping low a little bit. The Enfeebles actually cost up on the Windrunner. The Rage Boss does have 1 level up in Nightmare right now, which he previously did not. So that might actually help them out as well, especially to try and save time for the Queen of Pain's rotation if Queen of Pain does come in.
Yeah, I think it's much more likely to be a defensive usage though, since, I mean,
Bottom lane, we do see an engagement. Sorry about that one. Impact trying to TP out straight away, and he also drops. This is now 2 kills going the way of this bottom lane. I honestly don't think that they should return with both heroes because they're just feeding bots at this point, and what started off as a very good lineup for them is just turned completely horrible due to dying twice, and that's just the power of the undying decay stacks.
yeah, and I mean, the problem is that, like, you giving this much to an Undying early on is really not a great idea, since he's going to just completely dominate until about the 25
well,
minutes.
actually, the Spectre is trying to, the Clockwork's actually trying to go toe-to-toe with the Spectre, and Spectre is actually trying to dive it. There's no supports coming in from him. Spectre, or Clock, dude, you don't have level 6. Now he has level 6. Are we going to see a counter engagement? There is enough if they want to go. Is the hookshot going to be there? The hookshot is there. Are they going to be able to get more? Yes, I think the kill should be here onto Chidawi. One more hit needed. Oh, he actually manages to get out. Queen of Pain. Well, where does he get out to? No, Chidawi actually goes towards the middle lane. And they just couldn't burst him down. It was, I mean, they were holding on their spells. The Scarlet Mage was holding a little bit on a few of his spells there. RDK's moved towards the top lane, so it was a 1-for-1 trade-off, even though they didn't manage to get the Spectre.
Yeah, they unfortunately lost the Bane before the rest of that fight went on, and was returned onto the onto the Tusk. So Ian will be a little bit disappointed with that, losing their Bane, but I mean, they got a fairly high-level hero in return for it, so I think overall it favors them ever so slightly.
Yeah, not Tusk, Undying is level 6 right now, so things are going to start getting a little bit worse here in this bottom lane, but there are 3 heroes from Energy here. Santo, is he actually going to be engaged upon 225, actually using his Rocket Barrage, trying his Battery Assault, and unfortunately not catching Santo, but the Tombstone has been dropped. Now they're going to try and back off, and this is not going the way, this is not going very well for the side of Energy. The stun coming through from the Witch Doctor. Witch Doctor does not have level 5, but of course does have an ultimate. Is the kill there on? Well, the Queen of Pain actually managed to get a kill on the Windrunner, and now it is a 2-for-1 trade. So where was that Windrunner kill? On the middle lane. Big dives.
Big dives there, and Plick started to dominate there, and good that they gave him that early experience and made certain that he got his farm. He's going to be able to blink out of trouble here, as the snowball will not land. Doms has assistance, so 225 not all that interested.
Yeah, so 6-for-4. Still very topsy-turvy at this point. I mean, the net worth is in Ian's favor, 1,000 gold, then all the way to 250 in WRG, now 1,500 in the favor of Ian again. It's just back and forth the whole time. And well, Plick actually does get blocked off the ruin and just blinks over it, goes straight onto it. Top lane, Santo being harassed out quite a bit here by RDK. Of course, it's 2 levels up in mana break already, so RDK can do quite a bit of damage here. And if Santo is not careful, I think RDK might just decide to dive this pretty soon. Well, the mana boots are at least there.
The problem is that, like, RDK doesn't actually have a lot of HP, so he's got to be very, very careful about how he wants to play that kind of fight. Since if he continues to eat up just decay stacks, Santo could probably 2 or 3 shot him in the end.
Oh, the shackle! He was basically shackled. Well, the shackle was flying while he blinks out, and the shackle actually did latch, but now they want to turn around onto Doms. Doms does have eye shots if he wants to use it. A lot of support coming in here. The hook shot's not available for Clock, so he should be okay. Plick actually, well, he blinked straight into all of them there, and I think Plick, not quite sure why he went in so deep. 225 might actually die now as well. Things just going horribly wrong for the side of Energy. I mean,
yeah, very, very good bait there by Doms. He knew that he could get away with that and played it to perfection. Gets his team 2 kills after the end of all of that. As Bane is caught out in the mid lane, he's got no way of making his escape, and he's just going to eat a death.
Yeah, well, WRG looking dominant at this point. So let's quickly have a look at RDK's farm. RDK will most likely have his Battle Fury up around the 14-minute mark, which is a little bit slow for him. Well, considering he has boots and of course a full Pommel shield up, it should be okay. Bottom lane, though, the Spectre already has his Vanguard up, and this is on track to be an 18 minutes Radiance, and if the side of Energy actually give the Spectre that space, it's going to be very difficult because they have squishy supports. They have a Skyrath Mage that will just instantly pop. But, oh, there's a hookshot straight onto the Spectre. Is he actually silenced up? Yes, he is. The ultimate is also dropped from the Skyrath Mage. The Queen of Pain ulti being dropped. Unfortunately, the Witch Doctor, well, they're still trying to go onto the Witch Doctor. Are they going to be able to actually get a kill? the Witch Doctor managing to get the kill on the Queen of Pain, and I honestly think that the Queen of Pain should have just tried to continue on hitting him there, and this is going to be a kill on Impact now as well. Just overextending completely and not getting out. They needed to, get out. Trying to go for a little bit more. Queen of Pain blinked in there, so she couldn't, of course, blink out and just scream on top of the Windrunner, the Witch Doctor. I have to say, though, this Witch Doctor has been extremely, extremely potent on the first game as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think he was actually picked the first time in the second game, but yeah, I mean, he's been very, very good, has S on this Witch Doctor. He knows just when to arrive, and he knows just how far he can push his luck, so he's done a number of good plays, particularly in Game 2. There was a couple of fights that he won for his team.
I think 225 is actually going to drop here again. The Bane ultimate's being used up on top of the Windrunner. 225 is trying to get out of that one alive. Are they going to be able to get the kill here? Windrunner's so close. I think this might actually... Oh no, he's healed up just enough. That is so close, but now they want to try and go onto the Spectre right now. Is there any more supports coming in? No, the entire team... Oh, well, they're actually diving quite far. They do manage to get off Rage Boss, and Rage Boss, I think, will just die from this. No further supports coming in from the side of Energy. Plick is running through the river. Extremely dangerous here for him. Being stunned up. Is he actually going to dive this one? I don't think it is worth it for him. I mean, he's already died once to the Witch Doctor. You don't want to die again.
No, I mean, Plick, he's actually going straight for the Awkward Malevolence, which I think is a pretty good idea against something like the Chidawi Spectre or perhaps even Santo. I don't think it's super useful right now against the Wind Ranger, but it will prevent it from getting away. The thing is, though, that Ian is just going to concede the bot lane tower. We can see RDK trying to, contest up on top, but for the most part, Ian is losing a lot of time and space here, just trying to trade.
Well, it's not that big of a gold lead, for WRG. It's roughly around 500 at this point. Well, Clockwork, he might just be engaged upon once again here. And the dives, they have to be very careful here because they don't have a tier 1 tower anymore. It was just denied, and this might be a good opportunity for the side of Energy to actually try and engage, because it is going to take a lot longer. Ooh, Blick. Actually, to be honest, this is a very topsy-turvy game. WRG is just playing it phenomenally well at this point, causing a lot of mistakes from, the side of Energy. Chidawi is sitting on 1,100 gold, so it's going to be a little bit longer, probably also another 22-minute radiance, but we did see how effective that was previously. Clockwork does have a hook shot up if you want to try and go. There's the hook shot straight onto the Witch Doctor, and unfortunately just gets slashed, but a good ultimate coming through from Flick, but unfortunately everyone was actually saved by the snowball coming through there, and Anti-Mage is down. Anti-Mage does get a pick off on top of the Witch Doctor, but a good shackle shot once again, and that's going to be a full 5-man wipe. WRG just dominating.
Yeah, and that is why the Tusk is as potent as he is. Just jumps in there, turns on the snowball, and all of a sudden nothing can be done. Witch Doctor saves or gets through the fight. Ian lose 5, only taking the Witch Doctor in right at the end there, but he was able to get off with long duration on the ulti, and the Undying got off his tombstone as well. So I mean, Ian TPing all 5, and they just still couldn't get the job done.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think if the Queen of Pain ultimate did hit, it would have been a complete different story, but very well played coming through, from Doms, actually saving quite a lot of his teammates there. And in the end, they only lose 1 in exchange for 5. So let's have a look at the gold graph now. Now, all of a sudden, after this one team fight, 3,000 gold lead for the side of WRG. That's how quickly a game can just shift in your favor.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the most impressive of gold leads at this stage, but the fact is that Chidawi came through that alive. He got a lot of gold off the back of that as well. So Ian, I said, like they're on a clock here, and the clock is ticking because the only one that's going to carry this at all is RDK, and Plick, I think, like he's doing what he can. He's actually very, very close to completing the Awkward Malevolence. He needs to get that up as soon as possible, and then Ian needs to start getting aggressive. They need to make certain that WRG is just being shut down repeatedly.
Well, Windranger does have a Invasion up. Is she going to be able to get the shackle onto Bane? No, she tries to actually run in for it. Sneaky.
Top lane looks like the next flashpoint is S as well as Santo, will be forced back for the moment, and Ian will push down the next tier 1 tower for their side.
Yeah, I'm just letting the guys from Bravado and then the winner bracket game know that the game will be delayed until this game is done. Yeah, just continue on casting. I'll be with you shortly.
Well, Ian is basically going ahead. Santo is going to heal himself up for the moment, but we've got a lot of the Ian side here, and they definitely want to take this tower. They want to get something for their efforts in the last couple of minutes. Ulti comes out from 2 to 5. He's going to try and catch S, and the silence goes down to S as well, but an immediate counter by Chidawi. He's just popped the ulti, and Ian is basically in dire straits and trying to do what they can. Backline over. Rage Boss is got Tusk under his control, but the stun comes out from the Witch Doctor, and that is the end of the Bane's life. Undying will go down up on top here, but there are so many zombies attacking Plick at the moment, and the Skywrath Mage looks to be the next target. Does he make his way out of trouble? It does not appear to be the case. Tusk does have the Ice Shots, but just in time does Castaway get that arrow, and that'll be the end of that. RDK meanwhile pushes out mid, trying to farm up as quickly as he can, or just cause any kind of problems for WRG, but they'll take themselves a tier 1 tower and will still TPS into the middle.
So, the guys are asking. No, they want to start now. Sorry, give me a second.
Okay, well, anyway, Ian, I mean, losing another, I wouldn't say losing completely a fight, but certainly not coming out as much as ahead as they wanted it there. We have a completed Orchid Malevolence on Plick at the moment. We have the Wind Ranger for the first time actually going ahead of Plick's co-op though, and he will complete the Aghanim Scepter. So Castaway doing a magnificent job here on this Wind Ranger, constantly getting the farm that his team so desperately needs for him. RDK, he's completed his Vladimir's offering now, will probably be building towards the Manta style, as damage is going to start being done to the spot lane tower. Plick will be the one here. We got some TPs coming out, that will be Chidawi. He arrives. Do they have enough to actually contest this? I don't think Ian really wants to. They might wait for the Bane Fiend's grip and then try and make an attempt. RDK, as I said, is in the area.
Well, Clockwork is busy looping around as well. I think they're trying to bait out someone coming through here from the jungle. They might be able to catch. There's a smoked Wind Ranger and a smoked Undying coming through. And it is going to be the Undying that's actually going to be caught out. I heard a RDK ulti. That is going to be the Spectre down. That's a big pickup right now. And are they going to be able to follow up on anything at this point? The Spectre did buyback. He is coming straight in. Plick might be the next one to drop. He does not have a blink to actually come out with... Oh, well, RDK is actually managing to get out of that one alive. That's still 3 heroes down for the price of 1 and a buyback. No hookshot even used on Clockwork.
Yeah, and I mean, the problem is that Spectre is sitting at 18 assists right now. So every time these fights go down, all he is he's just hitting, you know, pressing R, and he's just like just grabbing the gold. There's nothing that WRG or that Ian can really do to contest this, since the rest of WRG is just so strong at this stage that Ian, who've come off, I'd say, a fairly weak laning stage, just haven't looked capable of taking any of these fights.
No, definitely. RDK though is still leading in regards with net worth with around 2k. I'm not quite sure how that's going to help them out quite in the long run. However, if they do manage to delay this game an extra 20 minutes, I think RDK might be able to pull it back for them with split pushing. And the top tier 1 for bottom tier 2, I think any type of trade-off at this point will be okay for them.
Yeah, I mean, they'll take a tier 1 right now. I mean, they need something for the last couple of minutes work, and if that's all they can get, I suppose they'll have to take it.
Yeah. RDK put pressure on the tier 2, and instantly 2 TPs come back. So are they going to try and actually... Oh, they're actually going onto Rage Boss right now, and there's the blink in onto Doms, but this is a big problem. 2 or 3 here, a good call or good ultimate coming through from Plick. Doms actually did fall, and now Bane's busy ulting Chidawi. Are they going to be able to do anything? Impact actually does drop as well. The Tombstone is there. RDK did come through. They're trying to kill the Tombstone off. They won't be able to get anything further. The Clockwork does not have a hookshot either, so... They did manage to get the pick off onto Doms, which is an offlaner, which is quite a good pick. And Chidawi though, he's going to try and TP out. There is, of course, no further, nothing. Oh, plays from Chidawi.
Yeah, very, very clever there to just use that fade time on the phase walk to get himself to safety. And Ian still searching fruitlessly for something on the bot lane, but it's not going to be found.
This means they are going to be pushing towards this tower. Of course, they do know that a lot of TPs are on cooldown, so this tower, they should be able to get it. But actually, Dom's is coming in. Dom's, well, did he actually scout out Plick? Plick will run straight into Dom's. He's standing right there, uses his Orcas. They're actually trying to go onto him right now. Plick has to be careful. He does blink out of this one alive. I think they've all gone out, and no, it should be 225 that actually will drop from this. And they still don't take the bottom tower. It's sort of like throwing or basically running into a wall over and over and over again.
Yeah, it's more just like, you know, repeating the same mistakes. They go down there, they know that Chidao is just going to TP in, but they still hang around, and then all he does is, again, you know, presses R, the rest of the team TPs in, and that's the end of the fight. Ian can't contest, and they just feed another kill towards...
The big thing here, though, is they have to try and... I mean, the Spectre's level 2 ulti still is, you know, it still has 100, all of them have 120 seconds. The problem is, I think they're feeling too scared to engage, but after the Spectre ulti is gone, they must try and then force a fight, because then Spectre can't come in. Try and bait it out, back off, and I think at this point, they're just going to try and rely on RDK to, you know, carry them to victory. This is like the old DK lineup at this point, where it was, if Burning wins, well, if Burning farms well and kills a few people, DK win. If Burning doesn't, then DK loses.
I think that...
It really feels that way to me.
I think that's more IG that you're thinking of there. Like, DK just wrecked every single lane, and then, like, if you couldn't kill Burning, then you get wrecked by... Or if you could kill Burning, then you get wrecked by Mushi and Ice.
Yeah, I'm talking about old DK lineup, not... I'm talking about 2013, not 2014.
Yeah, TI3 DI. TI3 DK was in Burning We Trust, and you just prayed to the gods of chance that,
well,
you know, Burning...
we did say RDK is the Burning S-Kira in SA, so let's see if he can do something. He will have his battle style up shortly, but at the same time, well, not even at the same time, beforehand, the Radiance is up for Chidawi. It's going to be big.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a big fight. Yeah, I mean, RDK can certainly do it. We saw that he could do it in game 1, but he needs to get a lot of more assistance from his team right now. Unfortunately, the rest of the team is just, they're not looking that great. Bane hasn't really been as useful a pick as I thought it would be. Clockwork has been caught out way too many times for his own good, and Impact, unfortunately, I mean, you weren't a big fan of it in the draft, and I can see why. I mean, he's just getting, it's like he really just falls apart under the slightest bit of pressure, in terms of like the hero itself rather than like his play. It's just they look at him and he basically dies on that Skywrath mage.
Yeah, definitely. Chidawi knows something's up. He is starting to back off straight away. He will probably go and start farming up here, and that will actually scout him out. Are going to wrap around. Is there a Clockwork? There's a Clockwork hook shot. They are trying to make space for the clock. He actually does go in, manages to get the battery assault. Are they going to be able to actually silence him up in time? Yes, Chidawi is dead. After his Radiance, but he did die.
Yeah, I mean, that was still a pretty big kill. He's a very, very farmed hero on the side of WRG, and kills like that mean a hell of a lot, particularly because RDK was involved in that, and that's going to keep their carry down. It keeps RDK ahead, and he's going to get himself a tier 1 off the back of it as well.
Yeah. There's a smoke rotation. Just as the smoke wears off, they will be scouted out here by the Sentry Ward or the Vision. And unfortunately, a very good ultimate coming through from Kane, but it won't do anything. And that's not an Aghanim's ulti. So that's 130 seconds that is down. And unfortunately, Plick just being caught out again. Luckily this time not shackled. Well, the shackle didn't latch. And they're just going to push towards this middle tower. I mean, having a look at Costaway, he has his Aghanims up, he has his Blink up. Costaway is just going to be creating so much space the whole time for the side of WRG. And Spectre will be back in 19 seconds. So he'll just come back and are in.
Yeah, and I mean, Ian, if they want to make a play, they need to make the play now, because they have to get, you know, they have to kill Spectre in the downtime. He doesn't have buyback, obviously. That's still not on cooldown, as well as not having money. So, Ian, like I said, they need to make the play now. I don't know if they really can. Clockwork does have the hook up in 1 second, so if he jumps, he can actually catch out Castaway as well as Santo in here. And then the rest of Ian has to pile in. They are in the area to make something happen, though.
No, let's see if they actually do decide to do that. No, it's just going to be a Cogs, and the Cogs are just going to try and delay this. I'm not quite sure you want to delay because, hey, guess what? Spectre, 10 seconds in. He's just going to R in with a Radiance Burn, and RDK is just moving into the enemy jungle. He just wants to farm up.
Yeah, he's got to do whatever he can, and if that is just farm away, I suppose, you know.
Ooh, Castaway. He's actually going to go onto Castaway right now. Yes, they do, because this is a big kill for RDK. Well, unfortunately, it's just the Aegis, and Aegis I think was nearly about to expire, but well, that's no Aegis for Castaway anymore.
Yeah,
Shot coming straight in, going onto Santo, but there's the R coming through, trying to, I mean, look at RDK just trying to man mode up against these illusions, and unfortunately, he can't do anything.
Yeah, Ian taking that fight probably 20 seconds too late, I think, as they just lost 3 kills there before they could even do anything. I mean, they got vaporized before they were even ready to think about contesting.
Well, RDK is going to backstab. Ooh, what's coming in the career? What's coming in the career? RDK, is he going to go for it? There you go. 1,700 gold. He's just going to backstab here. And honestly, this is all that he can do.
Yeah, I mean, doesn't really matter in the end, though, as Ian will lose their first set of racks, and WRG has just gotten stronger and stronger as this best of 3 has continued. Throwing game 1 pretty heavily. Game 2, they came back from, I would say, a pretty dire situation, and now just outright dominating Ian.
No, definitely. Plick did manage to escape here on the bottom lane on the Queen of Pain. He does have his Aghanim Scepter up, so we'll be setting the Aghanim Scepter before, of course, he uses his next Sonic Wave. The pings are coming out here onto RDK. They really want to kill him. And this is going to be a Basher up for RDK. Yeah, Basher will be up in the next minute or so.
Yeah, you'll have that very, very soon. So, for the moment, WRG looking set to take Game 3 and the series here, but still a little bit of Dota to be played. Ian certainly has something to say about that before the end. But, I mean, Ian has set themselves a very, very difficult task here. They have not been able to get good team fights in a very, very long time. The Undying has gotten some exceptional tombstones off, as well as getting a lot of DK stacks onto the Ian players. And generally, Ian's just been outmaneuvered pretty heavily.
Well, for those of you guys wondering that are tuning in, wanting the winner bracket match between Carbon and Bravado, that game will be up right after this game, so stay tuned. We'll be bringing that game through to you guys soon. Well, whoever wins this game does make it through to the loser bracket final that will be held tomorrow at 12 CEST or South African time, depending on which way you're looking at, which will be a best out of 3. So whoever wins here has a guaranteed $400 in their back pocket. That is roughly around 6,200 Rand, I think.
Yeah,
which is quite a lot of money.
It depends at what time of the day you look at the markets currently for South Africa.
It's always over 13 at this point, so I'm just taking it 13 times 4.
No, well, I mean, you never know. It could be like 18 tomorrow, so who really knows?
Ooh,
but yeah.
ooh, I like that one. I like that one. Let's hope, guys. Let's hope for the sake of the players here, whoever does make it through. Winners, of course, get $1,000 in cold hard cash. Second place takes 600. Third place takes 400. Special thanks to Gigabyte for sponsoring this event. Of course, NAV TV for hosting it. The South African Gigabyte Dota 2 Challenge. We're back into game right now. Plick does have his Aghanim Scepter up, trying to push out this bottom lane. They're going to try and go for this tier 2. I mean, they're trying to at least trade off as much as possible.
Yeah, I mean,
RDK though, yeah,
it's a bigger win for Ian being able to take this tier 2 than it is for WRG. But Ian needs to make certain that they get the tier 2 and retreat back to the base as quickly as they can. Plick will get the last hit, but these guys already should be TPing here. They could very well just lose the tier 3 before they're able to get into position.
Windrunner has used her focus fire up on the tower. They aren't using Glyph just yet. It seems like RDK is going in straight here for tier 2s. I mean, RDK really wants to. Now he's man-modding up against Spectre. I think he actually could have taken Spectre right there.
No, not even close. He's on 1,600 HP. Spectre is at, I think, 22,000. So, nah, there's no way that RDK takes that fight. Not unless he gets extremely lucky with bashes.
Yeah, and there's no mana to actually break up here on Spectre. Well, let's have a look here. The top lane is still just being sieged out at this point, slowly but surely. RDK, well, trying to scout into Rosh. It won't be up even at its shortest, probably in around another 30 seconds. And he's just going to constantly push out his bottom lane. The big thing, though, is if the engagement top happens and it starts going even a little bit bad, RDK won't TP and he'll try and go straight for the kill. And, well, there's a bash here. And this is what I was talking about, doing quite a bit of damage here up to the Spectre, using his ultimate. Not quite sure about that, but it did actually bring rotations through. Oh, this is going to be close. And if they do manage to get an engagement now here on top, this is where this is their time. Is there going to be a hook shot? A fishing hook shot?
Nope.
No fishing hook shot.
No.
I think he at
2-2-5
least did manage
is
to
not
save
key.
the top lane. Yeah, he did manage to save the lane by actually forcing back 2 rotations. If Spectre only had more mana.
Yeah, if Spectre only had more mana. But I mean, like, even then, it's highly unlikely they get that kill on the Spec. It was really like that first hit bash that allowed RDK to actually take that, you know, mini fight, and the Spec retreated. But Spec, the thing is, like, the more difficult Spec becomes to kill, the more damage that RDK actually does to himself. So RDK almost has to go for a, I wouldn't say quite the glass cannon build, but something along those lines. And the problem is, it actually makes it easier for the Spectre to kill him off in the end if he does go for that build.
Yeah, well, Plick is in big trouble here. He is blinking out, so he should make it out alive. Well, in RDK we trust, for those energy fans out there, and for those WRG fans out there, in Chidawi we trust on the Spectre. I mean, he's been playing tremendously well. You have to give it to him. He will have his heart up, well, in the next like 2 or so minutes. RDK is very deep here.
Yeah, he's got to be extremely careful about getting caught out. And the problem is S knows exactly where he is, so RDK could get caught out. He gets hit by the dagger. Does he just decide to blink? He does indeed. Gonna blink over the trees, but he is spotted out now.
Well, they are going straight here onto the Spectre. A good Plick ultimate coming through. And unfortunately, RDK not getting the kills. This was just so close. I mean, just doing so much damage. Chidawi, well, he's being saved right now, but being brought straight in. This might be a big problem for them. RDK doesn't know if he wants to go in or not. Targeting the tombstone right now in the background. Unfortunately, who is still left? Now they're backing out. That's... RDK was just so close for RDK to actually get like 3 kills there with a mana void, just not having enough. Now RDK is actually shackled up, and this is going to be him dropping as well as Impact dropping. That's 4 heroes down. That was literally nearly as good a fight as they could get. They just did not have... They literally needed 100 damage burst more, and they probably would have taken that fight completely.
Yeah, but I mean, MVP supports, because that's pretty much what won them the game there. A brilliant play by the... by Doms to actually keep his Spectre alive, and I mean, take nothing away from the Witch Doctor. If Witch Doctor not having that Glimmer Cape would have resulted in a sure death for both himself as well as Chidawi, and I mean, you can't.
And there was no buyback on Spectre.
Yeah, that would have been a massively won fight there for WRG. They would have lost 2 out of the gate. Any rotations in would have been just eaten up by the rest of Ian as they piled in.
Well, let's have a look right now. Clockwork is nowhere close to an Agnum Scepter. Does have a Force Staff to try and give a little bit more maneuverability. It just seems like WRG is just, I mean, they're just so mobile. Always there whenever the engagements are, always being able to get out. The mobility from their team is just... Even though it is not really that much, it's a Shadow Blade as well as a Blink Dagger, another, you know, Glimmer Cape up. Witch Doctor has got a Glimmer Cape, so a lot of mobility, yes, actually.
Yeah, it's like the mobility in a team fight, not necessarily mobility as a whole. It's just like they're able to just really outmaneuver Ian in these fights. As it looks like the fight's gonna break down again.
Here is the ultimate coming through. Chidao is actually going straight onto Impact right now. Impact is just going to pop. That's why I don't like the Skyrath Mage, because you're setting it up for an easy kill every single time. How did that latch? How did that latch? That's like a 90-degree angle. And Rage Boss, dude, I think you're dead, buddy. The Queen of Pain ultimate coming through, only latching onto Doms, and well, Rage Boss does drop from that one. That's 2 heroes down. None of them have buyback. And I think this might just be a free rush going the way of WRG.
Yeah, definitely a free rush going WRG way. Ian, they can't really contest, so... Unfortunately, it looks as though Ian might very well have lost the game here, because, I mean, they're struggling already to kill off WRG without the Aegis, and now they're going to grab themselves the Aegis on top of everything, so... it becomes a very tall order now for Ian to even win a single team fight.
I mean, this really looks like the old DK with Burning always sitting like 4,000 gold above anyone else, even though his team is losing. And that's RDK at this point. Over 400 last hits at this point, sitting on just under 20,000 gold. He's just trying to split push. I mean, this is literally all he can do. He doesn't have buyback, so I don't know why he's not spending the gold. Well, I think he's just trying to go for that abyssal.
The problem is that, like, I mean, he's got 19k net worth. He's 4k above anybody else. But what does that help? What does it really help? He doesn't really contribute in these fights. He's tried to, but he generally just gets zoned out quick.
Well, we do see an engagement right here, straight onto Rage Boss. Rage Boss just overextending, and of course the tombstone being dropped. Santo does not have a Aegis up, but unfortunately, well, that's actually a very good hookshot coming in from 2 to 5. They might actually be able to get the kill. They do get the kill onto Dons right there, and a buyback on the Tusk. Let's have a look. Is Anti-Mage, he does have his Abyssal up. Is he going to actually go onto anyone? He does blink in, but he gets actually lashed up. This is the big problem. If they kill him, I think this might just be game. He does manage to get out of that one alive, and unfortunately, well, the rest of his team is trying to delay up as much as possible. RDK is just going to, well, just got to cut the creep wave at this point, and that's a second lane of racks.
Yeah, and Ian deeper and deeper into the hole. RDK is trying to cut creep waves, but I mean, at this stage, it doesn't really matter a whole lot. Castaway looking to spot out RDK, but not working today.
Yeah, so if you were Ian here, what would you do to try and come back from this?
As much as I dislike it, I would basically tell RDK that he needs to get a, well, the first thing is RDK needs to get a BKB, so we're gonna have to find space to farm him that. Probably just stick him down on the Ancient, stick him in the jungle. But the rest of the team, I mean, Clockwork's got to start initiating as best he can. Look, he's already a sacrificial lamb. The problem is, like, Clockwork's already a sacrificial lamb. He's not really getting a hell of a lot done. But you got to find some way to just prevent the Spectre, so I don't know, it's very, very difficult for me to see a way for Ian back here, because Chidawi doesn't even have to be involved in the fight to just arrive and pick up kills, you know, for free. They can take the rest of the team. I really think that Ian, without having to fight Chidawi, can easily win the fights. The problem is when Chidawi presses R, Ian just doesn't win. They can't. There's just too much damage coming their way.
Yep. That's why I actually suggested banning out the Spectre in the game. I mean, even if you do have an anti-mage, in my opinion, Spectre right now can probably out-carry any other carry from what I've seen. And he's just too strong, because if you do give him those 20 minutes to actually pick up the Radiance, and if you don't win within 20 minutes, you might actually lose. But RDK is trying to back door. Not gonna help, buddy. The rest of the team's actually coming in. They do not have a glyph, and this is just Castaway. I mean, Castaway has a full Daedalus up. There is... no one was caught in the Sonic Wave there, but Sonic Wave will be up, of course. They do have the Aghanim Scepter up on this. And, well, there's the hookshot going straight in for starting out. The Sheep is actually cast onto Castaway. Now they decide to go in. Dobbs is actually blinking straight in. They've already picked off the Shadow, or the... Scarlet Mage, but unfortunately here is as just using his ultimate to draw everything out, and Anti-Mage, I think he might just be the next one to fall here. There's a GG well played. So what a game. WRG making it through to the next round.
Yeah, and
Energy, the higher seed, they actually came into this competition as second seed.
I don't know. I mean, Energy, I really do think their drafting let them down, but specifically their play in game 2. They could have killed this game, or they could have killed the series off in game 2, but they decided to play too passively. White Rabbit came back big time, and in the end, Ian just weren't able to contest in the end of game 2. Game 3, I mean, they were never really in with a shot after White Rabbit got up to the start they did. Windrage is just a ton of damage. Spectre just utilized perfect timings on buybacks and ultis, and Ian just kept feeding kills, so nothing really went their way. And
honestly,
White Rabbit,
any other carry except for Spectre there, I would have given this game to Ian. Any other carry except for Spectre, given this game to Ian.
Yeah, but then you can also blame Ian for letting it through, though. I mean...
No, definitely. I mean, I did say that they have to ban. Why ban a Disruptor when you can ban a Spectre?
Yeah, very, very true. Very, very true. I mean, what did the Disruptor do in game 1 that was so scary that they were worried about?
Nothing. I mean, there's a Clockwork that can get pulled back, an Anti-Mage that blinks in, a Queen of Pain. Disruptor can only do so much. So that's what I think where this started going wrong was just on that pick. However, they did try to actually come back. RDK bombed phenomenally well. Unfortunately, there was just so many plays they actually did very well early game, but they died 3 times with the clock in the sky on the bottom lane. You should not do that. That just gave Spectre everything he needed, and I think it started snowballing from there. But don't take anything away from WRG. They played exceptionally well. Coming back from a big loss yesterday versus Carbon, they have something to prove, and well, they will be making it through to the loser bracket finals tomorrow at 12 CEST time, or South African Standard Time. It will be WRG versus the losers of whoever loses in this next match. Guys, stay tuned. We'll be back in around 5 minutes with the winner bracket final, best out of 3 between Carbon and Bravado. This is the clash of the Titans. 1 versus 2 in South Africa. Well, according to Seed, gonna win. Stay tuned.
Yes.